Okay. First, I'm going to... I'll open pre-lobby in a second, but I did want to leave a sort of message for my VOD, for those of you watching. I was going to wait until after, like, staff announcements, but I don't know how many of you skip through pre-lobby just to get to the RP, so I just wanted to clarify some things. That, some of you have known for a while that I've been really struggling to find my groove for Sorlier, for a little while. Something happened. I don't know if it was like the break between seasons or just her development so far that's leaving me just really at a loss for how I want to play this character. So this is just me letting you know that I'm slowly figuring it out. Currently, as it stands, like, I just don't get excited anymore. I kind of dread Rosewood days because I'm like, shit, what am I gonna do with Sorlier today? Like, I have no idea. But I am working it out. I made a checklist for myself to kind of be mindful of at all times. Just try to keep those things in mind so I can stick to character and stick to how I want to play her. I probably won't be memeing as much, like the Butterdog situation was really funny. That probably still would have happened had I made the choice today, but like joking around semi out of character with Fortune during that whole thing, like stuff like that's probably not going to happen as much. Just because I need to try and maintain character as much as I can in order to find my groove for her again. So basically, I'll just be following a few set rules for myself, like mental notes that I want to keep when it comes to interacting with people and how I want to portray Sorlier so that she doesn't get too messy too quickly, because I feel like I've played her very differently these past few sessions, and I don't want it to get too out of hand. So I'm kind of putting my foot down. I'm like, I'm gonna do these things, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I can revive my love for this character, because I do love her. I do love Sorlier. She was my first RP character that I ever created, and I love her to pieces, but yeah, I'm just kind of lost at the moment. So you're gonna notice probably a few personality changes, a few, things that she probably would have reacted one way a few sessions ago, and she'll react differently now because of these changes. Just know that I'm working on it, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it goes well. Some things to be aware of that I'll be trying is that I'm going to be incredibly curious over the Dragonkin. More so because she wants to know why they're here. Like, what could have possibly made them decide to leave their tribe? Or were they kicked out of the tribe just like she was? Because she's a bit bothered, I guess, for lack of a better word. Like, if she could be with her tribe right now, she absolutely would be, but she's not allowed to be. And here you see other Dragonkin on campus who have willingly left their tribes, or she wishes she could have that. So there's that. She's also going to try and be a pillar for Telkaras. She helped put him in the position that he's in, so she's going to try and support him the best she can. That doesn't mean she's going to trust him blindly or not point out her concerns. She's absolutely going to make sure that she can, she's going to voice her opinions, but she's never going to, criticize him. She's never going to look down on him. She's never going to blame him for when things go wrong. Like, I want her to try and help him and make him realize that while they may have had their differences before, she can absolutely be an ally for him, especially in his new role as leader. And then lastly, just her general personality outwardly. I'm going to try and play her as much of a neutral party as possible. Any negative or positive emotions Sorlier is going to feel is going to be reserved strictly for monologuing to herself or to very trusted individuals, like people she actually cares about, people she trusts. Everyone else is excluded. They get to see her, she's solid as ice. She's not gonna express herself as much as she did. If she's angry, she won't show it as much. If she's happy, she won't show it as much. And when she's alone, she'll probably let it all out, and those will be some interesting moments if she ever hits those again. What else? I'm sure I'm creating stuff. But yeah, those are kind of my current plans on how I'm gonna work Sorlia, how I'm gonna make her go through everything. See if I can find my groove for her again, but I just want to let you know. I'm sorry this has been so long-winded. I'm gonna go back to everyone else. Abba.
An hour ago.
Hi there.
How much of a spike?
Ouch.
It says well, it spiked all the way to the top. It says only about like 200 people were affected, but not everyone goes to down detector.
Yeah, true.
But it seemed to be a common issue.
Yeah, if there's a huge spike, then it might affect a few people. So you saw absence notice?
Mm-mm.
Louis says Louis is having troubles with VR chat, so it says need internet connections error. So he's trying to fix that.
Okay.
Delta's gonna be late, and Mal's feeling sick.
Okay. Thank you.
So, can I just say, I've been playing around with the mute toggle.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good.
Hell yeah.
I have a mute toggle on my avatar. It's like the best thing in the world. So I'll just have to be able to go like, hello, nerds.
Hello there. Hello there.
And then it's done. I
Oh, yeah.
just get a menu, and it's like, oh.
That's pretty cool.
I need to set that up.
What the
It's-
fuck is
I
I
this?
was going to in pre-lottery.
ridiculous.
Heyo.
Before like when I hopped into call earlier, but I
Nice.
realized the model that I've been working on. I don't know what I've worked on with it because I've been
I gotta
working on
get
so many other
energized.
models.
Yeah,
So I don't know what's
yeah,
broken.
yeah,
So I'm gonna need to spend like a week.
Squats.
Yeah, like all I need to do is give it access to the firewall, put a parameter on the model, and just have a toggle in the menu system. You don't even have to do anything in the animator.
Gotta
And it
get
just
that
looks for that
great ass
that
that Gelb deserves.
Give him a fucking gun.
He asked for it.
Didn't he already have a gun? How many guns does this guy
Yeah,
have?
but she made
I'm a
the
little-
particle
I'm a
that
little
let him
iffy
shoot
on
me.
The, on the laser sight.
Look at that
Was it a
BB
laser
gun.
sight or is that a bullet?
It's not a laser sight. That's the model.
It's so that you can see the bullet
Oh, I-
hitting
That's
you.
the prefab.
Look at that BB.
Okay.
It's the
shoot-
Look at that
prefab
BB
you
go.
made,
Oh,
Gazlan.
there we go. There we
It's
go.
literally the prefab.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I've done nothing wrong.
Okay. No.
Okay.
I was just looking at it like, oh, man, that is super thin.
It's okay. It did look like a laser sight to me. I thought it looked like it's like a visual thing so that you could see where the bullet was hitting you.
It is?
Yeah.
Let me see something.
Yes.
Damn. Yeah, good. And I see there's a little
put it on
tube
now,
thing
is it
right
on
there
now?
too to
Or is it
clean it.
on?
But I bet that's not part of the process.
It's still on?
Yeah.
Fuck you, man.
They
So
work.
you know what's gonna. I'm so
But
excited
do
for
you
Fizzbones.
notice any
So you can
change
do
with
shit
the
like
mask
actually
on or
like
off?
grab
Is there
and
any
like
changes
cock
with
it.
No, no change.
Nothing?
No change.
Fucking piece of shit too. This shit don't work, man. This shit
so
don't
I
work.
have this
Or I
idea.
can just.
Far away from the stench of the pigs.
A friend of mine.
So, do you want to know?
On true
Hey,
day.
turn this
Do you want to
out.
know? I'm
My
gonna
dad.
put on
He
Malik.
shot you
It's gonna
in.
be toggleable.
On false side.
I'm gonna put a fizz bone in his
Act
eye.
like a little
No,
MC.
So other people can grab it, pull it out, and it's gonna have a little dangly bit on the back. And it's gonna make like a squelching sound when people pull it out. It's gonna be
Yeah, but now it's
fantastic.
on now.
Yo, that sounds horrible.
That's
Do
not
it.
e-
I'm going to.
That's not even
Once
2G.
Fizz
That's
bones
not.
are
That's
alive.
When people load, it hurts.
Have you played with
It's on.
Fizzbones? And it always hurts.
It is on.
They are
And then
really
it's
cool.
here.
I bet. I'm excited
Go
for him.
here,
I do what I
and I
fucking
make
want.
this.
Oh, okay.
Is
Joke's
it
on
still
you.
not- Yeah, it doesn't change that. but
I
that's
can do it
okay, you
myself.
Fucking
Yeah.
cunt.
Thing. Hang on. I have to shoot, man.
Come on, dude. Don't
There's the
fuck with
mash.
me, boy.
It's the fucking monster mash.
Mask is true. Why is the mask still true? It should be not true. That's gay of you.
Why?
Yeah, chat. Ah, I see.
Ah,
When the mask
fuck.
is false, though.
Stop dodging.
When the mask is false is when it's on. I understand now.
What a mashy.
That fucking hurts.
we got.
Yo, finally here.
Yeah, but you don't know that in character. You don't know that in character. Nobody knows. Not a character. Not a character.
Delta's loading.
I know how to character. I will have to
There
say
you
it.
go.
Hey.
Delta's loading.
Delta's what?
Loading.
Cool.
I can finally be here. It's crazy.
Hell yeah.
This is how you
Oh, Foxhound's also gonna be late.
Because I can't see my
He's
shield.
always late.
It's still there.
Maybe.
Oh.
It's
Yeah,
there.
aim
Sure.
it like a
There's
fucking
like a
pistol. You
me
heathen.
thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It should be
fucking
on
body
my
just-
fucking ass.
Nope.
Ah, he did a goof.
I know how to gun.
No
no.
shield,
RP
buddy.
done.
No,
I'll be done.
no shield today.
Are we done?
No shield
can't- I
again.
can't-
Sorry, sorry.
I can't
sorry, no
backflip.
shield.
Sorry, no shield. No,
Now you
no.
just gotta.
No shit. No.
Yeah, no shield.
I was
listen.
back.
I sneezed.
Sounds like a good idea.
You sneezed.
Actually do it
Ooh.
back for a couple years, but you know.
Do it right fucking now.
The pain,
Okay.
the pain keeps you
Last
awake.
legs and
Isn't
all
that
of
right?
this
Do it
If you move the
I grabbed
cord
my.
slightly,
Oh fuck! I grabbed the debug
the
menu.
entire thing
Okay, stay
dies
there.
for
Thank you.
5
Oh,
minutes.
it's upside down. Okay, now it's good.
Oh,
I
Wait,
don't
no,
know
it's-
why.
What did I do?
then don't touch.
Also,
I
that's
feel like
I'm
that's
not
bad.
doing a backflip down here.
Okay, that's fair.
It's upside down when I
Because
have it
even if
like
I
this,
land it,
and it's
it's gonna
upside down
hurt.
when I have it like this. What kind of fucking eldritch shit do I have? What eldritch shit do I have here? Oh wait, no.
Don't know.
There you go. Now it's good. It was just upside down in a different axis. There you go. I need to check. I have a tool that should work but doesn't. Where if I have my mask off, it turns off the voice changer, and if I have it on,
Ooh.
it turns on.
There's the gears.
Mess with UPC now, but it don't work. So you know,
You know it work.
it don't work, man, don't
Delta
work.
says he's a bit late. Is actually early.
Yeah.
Technically, I am 10 minutes late to pre-lobby session. This is your fault, Yuki.
Take him out.
It's your fault.
What? Damn.
I don't know how or why, but it is your fault.
What happened? Good
What?
shit.
What?
Had one.
Huh?
On TrueNet had this one.
What happened? What? How'd your model
you
break this
saying?
time?
It didn't break.
Yes, you can broke my
Touch
model.
them all. I'm not
Stop,
messing
I had to
with
go to
them
work.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it now.
Same.
all. This isn't a model.
you see
thing,
that
it's a
video I
outside
sent you?
of model thing. A model
You
thing.
said you didn't need one.
That video I sent you in Discord
Come on,
last night.
fine.
I can't.
Okay, but in that context.
Thank you.
Hey, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit.
My frame.
See, this is what I tell you every time.
I love that no context of that entire conversation was recorded at all. So with my recording, they're just gonna hear that and they're gonna be like, "What the hell are they talking about?"
If you don't get shot by Thank you at the beginning of a session, then what is
No.
it really?
How are you?
What the hell?
Yes.
What's going on up there?
Looking at me.
It's me
Oh, somebody's
I
getting
think Bellicose
fried.
was destroyed and murdered.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, shit.
Mask one, true mask.
There you go.
The one true ship.
Take my fucking money.
No one
Foxboy
chooses.
has a big fluffy
What?
tail. I'm really excited about it.
Feels like it's been
Take my
forever
fucking
since I've been-
money.
Sophie, oh my god.
Why?
Sophie, are you okay?
I've seen the particle thingy.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Conoco.
Take my fucking money! Take my fucking money! What? I don't see anything. Take the money I have somewhere!
They were broken.
I'll think of that.
Let's go. They're irregular. And then I'll find the money that I don't
They're
have.
just triangles.
I see them twisted.
100 megabytes.
I just got it. Something. Oh yeah, she's like a smell it in my couch cushions. I know it.
I think it's the chewing animal.
I can smell it.
It's probably a chewing animation.
The money?
I smell
Tough.
money.
Tough name tags. What are you saying sorry for?
Give it the cacti.
So I put myself in your face for a second because I didn't realize you were
Now they
there.
have one when they start chewing from the left side.
I didn't even see you in my face.
Give me the money. Wonderful. Please tell me.
Okay.
It's a joke.
No.
It's a joke.
It's a fall!
What's happening?
Oh, there you go.
looking and you said no, so I'm fucking full.
I didn't say anything. I was just gonna let it go for a bit.
I was about to go hit Toby. Then the fucking gunpoint and start panicking in front balls. No money.
Dang it, I still don't know how. I still don't know, man.
Yeah, I need to work on that.
Oh no, confetti! Oh shit! Oh, can't
Give me a second. Don't worry too much about it.
I'm learning.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
Whoa,
I want money! My money! Oh wait, that's not money! Hold on! Oh fuck, that was not it either!
Yo, hi folks.
Taking a long time to learn magic is on point for Gallup, so don't worry too much about it.
Yeah. I'll work on my next session. I just genuinely.
This one's right next to my OC.
Okay, I'm just gonna shoot you. I'm
This is
sorry.
right next to my OC.
You know.
Fine, I craved that.
I see you've been on the lean
Put it
again.
into my misery.
Yeah.
Bang.
Well, you know, it's been it's a tasteful investment. I feel.
Dramatic.
Blood money.
Don't worry, we all
Hey,
know.
have that already killed?
Whoa. Thank you, kid. What are you
Ooh.
You
had me
No.
First you wink at me and then you have me assassin.
I can't say it out
Get
loud.
them. You lure them in, and then you kill them.
Nah, it was good.
It's lean front.
Hey, lean.
Yeah.
I'm also lean front.
You're fine.
Lean front.
I love lean, Charlie. I love lean.
Bard. I love lean, Charlie. I love lean.
Taylor, why is he purple?
I love lean.
He's telling me right now.
Is that why you purple?
Yeah. That's only it. That's the only reason. It's the only reason why. It's just.
So what did you guys get done last night in Valheim after I left?
How much? I went and collected like 300 wood.
I gotta.
Cause I was bored.
Nice. That's what you did.
I died.
Is that what he is? Yeah, I think he's a blueberry.
I guess he's a blueberry now.
I'm
Oh
purple.
fuck, it's a new
Yeah, I
one.
think it's.
I'm purple.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Blueberry.
shit, it's
Oh, shut the fuck up, Ashy.
I know, if you mush them, they're purple. So you've basically been bathing in blueberries.
If you know if you skin a blueberry, that shit's green.
Lean.
What the fuck?
Blueberries are purple.
If you peel them, they're green. If you mush them, they're purple. Yeah, makes sense.
Come back.
So you've been bathing in blueberries.
I don't have
You've
my
been bathing in blueberries.
Oh boy, I hope.
Like,
I sure do hope Lyra and Mertesh will be
He's
here.
a blueberry favorite.
Also Oriana.
Blueberry.
Oriana's probably still.
Blueberry.
Oh god. Well,
Blueberry flavor.
Ray's not gonna be here.
Yeah.
It works
Damn
now. It works now.
Computer still is
Exchange is on now. And if I go,
I'm not gonna lie to you, I've already had a check-in for you.
or it
I'm gonna do my best, but holy shit.
look.
There better not be any combat
Yeah, it
discussion.
works now.
What works?
The thing.
I'm sorry I had to do this.
I have the voice changer on now.
Sorry, I'm making sure my eyes are at the right resolution. I'm like looking at the back and I think.
No! How dare you?
Just that sad.
Ethereal is very scary. You know, yeah, it's
Yes, the twink is very scary.
Yep.
Hi there.
Twink
How worked that?
So sorry. It's been a weird couple of weeks. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
believe it.
It's been a weird
I'm even out this time.
Missed out on so many things.
So,
So bad.
It's all the fucking cookies we eat at Ventus.
Am I crouching still?
no, you're standing straight.
I can't tell if I'm actually standing straight because I don't know. Because when I look down, my
When
legs
you look
start
down, your knees
crouching
bend
and
a
I'm not doing it.
tiny bit, but when you're looking straight, you're standing straight.
Never mind. Smallest IP.
I'm fucking weird.
Mine does that too.
It looks
I don't know
better though. I think the IK looks better.
Mm-hmm.
The new one at least.
Hell yeah. I'm not using it yet, so I'm excited to use it.
Did I, by any chance, did I miss anything that's important? I was at least knowing the character or no?
God damn it, stop going for that
Not really. You were present for the last session that we had.
Hey, LeBron, am I whispering?
That's true.
We had the the mission last
So we're good
session,
then.
but we weren't in character at all.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember it was the other team that went.
Yeah.
So
So far no, you haven't missed
boy.
anything.
Okay. Okay then. That's good enough for me. Bad.
Soapy?
Wait,
You had it
really love.
Not yet.
Are they local?
They're local.
Yeah.
Those are local for
Alright.
when you crash and stuff. Yeah.
Can I do it now? Does that mean?
Yeah, you can click it.
I'm in love with the new skybox.
Yeah, me too.
Genuinely,
It
looks
looks
so
really good.
pretty.
I love it.
But I need to get a haircut. All my hair's like kind of falling on my face, so it's like, yeah, I'm having such a hard time right now. I need to cut it all off again. It's fine.
Yeah, I've started to have the timeline back.
Pre-lobby meeting?
Yeah. Yeah. There's one thing I wanted to bring up. Let's go.
Exactly the same
I'll
determination.
go get the dog. Oh, he'll go get the dog.
No, she's gonna say that she tripped.
She's gonna say that.
I'm
We're heading in for mod and staff meeting and stuff.
But like elves are like top dog.
Ba 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 na. Ba 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 na.
He did
Potato na.
You did a thing.
Hoopakali
Yeah, he did a
hoopakali
thing.
ba 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 ba
Protocol.
na.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Witness
I'm
popping my
like
game.
crashing every time somebody loads. Oh. Oh no.
He's back.
Like crashing every 2 minutes.
It's
I'm
popping.
back. Okay.
Bonk.
Hello.
Hello.
One day these will be big enough.
Oh god.
I've got more power than demon.
It's like fucking long flopping.
Hi, I'm Avi. Nice to meet you.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Dolphin swim and just like arms to the side. Yeah.
Terrifying. Break your spine.
Oh, it would be bad for your spine.
Okay.
Taking
I
your
think-
wings.
I think this is all of us that are here yet.
I'm taking
Yeah.
Yours.
Alright, so you wanted to...
Oh, no, I just wanted to run it like real quick. I'll probably guide those who are on the scouting mission before I ring the roosters to a spot in the forest and just have them start RP there. If that's okay.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Just like up the little pathway, the
Yeah.
little plateau.
Yeah, like where we had seen
Yeah.
the villagers come in the first time. We'll just
Yeah.
have them start around that
Yeah,
hill.
like further down there.
Not too far back,
Mhm.
but yeah. I'll probably just
Yeah.
guide them as Sorelier so that they can follow me, and then I'll respawn, let them settle, and then I'll ring roosters. So it might be a little delayed than normal, but
Yeah, no. No, that's fine.
We'll at least get a little head start to get comfy, that's for sure.
yeah.
Mhm.
Drunk Mari?
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Oh my god.
We got drunk last session. It was great.
Yes.
Hello, hello. All right.
Sustenance. I need to make my drink.
Yeah.
You need to fix your
So
negative.
today's session should be relatively simple. I'm gonna start off my session putting up the new posters on the boards. After receiving a messenger via ship, about like outside news. So that's what I'll be starting with. Taylor will be leading all the people that were on the mission out into the forest to start making their way back in. So that'll be a nice big event. Louis might not be able to make it today, which means one of two things need to happen. Either the Chancellor will need to fiddle around with his Fox. Oh no. Need to fiddle around with the alchemy stuff. Alchemy stuff to figure out about the venom, or we can leave that till next episode. Although I would prefer to have it done this episode, so I might need to do that for him. Other than that, it's going to be mostly a day of like de-stressing from the mission, talking to students, and then making preparations and plans for how they are going to deal with the issues that they found off in Linville itself. So for the most part, it's going to be a very calm, quiet day, and so it's mostly going to be just interacting with students, figuring out what happened, and just winging it from there. Very nice, simple, easy session. And then starting next week, I want to start doing actual classes. For example, I want to be doing a class on the medical use of potions. But that'll be for next week. Is there any questions for what we're doing today? Most part, again, super simple. All right, cool. And that'll be it then. Hey-o. God, I love that thing so much.
Yeah.
Cool beans.
You got the little earring on it too now. Oh, it's sick.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also shorter the last time. I was too big the other time.
All right, we're all good to go. Have fun, nerds.
Hey-o.
Yeah. I think this is the right time.
All right, and then for announcements, I'm guessing you're gonna do all the light things.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. So DM Vision should also have like all the sound toggles now as well. So if you go to the arena, your medical office, the chancellor's office, they're in all those places. They're also in my bedroom if you're in the dorms ever. They also have the skybox in lighting toggles, but they're a little scuffed, so I don't recommend changing lighting or skyboxes from anywhere else but in this room for now. But sounds all work like normal, so.
Alright, sounds good.
Can't believe the fucking taller than the Viking. I'm gonna cry.
Who's ready to go down and mingle?
Oh yeah, what time is it? Yep, 4 minutes till start.
Look, that reminds me. Caslin.
Actually, Cass.
What's? Sorry, I was just actually quick. Caslin. What's Gail's last name?
Have you been handling the
Gail? Oh my God.
Harrington.
Harrington. Yeah, Gail Harrington.
Got it.
Just a minute. Just a hot minute. Oh my God.
Okay, gotcha.
I remember
Gotcha.
all the cat boys.
Gotcha. I'll remember that on the follow my page then. That's why.
This is becoming a pre-lobby routine. I've decided right now. What, yelling? Am I yelling?
Are you in there?
Yes, you're yelling.
Am I not yelling? Fuck.
Am I yelling?
So wait, Taylor. So the toggles that are down there, are those for local use only? In case you crash?
Yep. So if you crash, you can change your skybox color finally. So the lighting isn't like bright as hell, but
I need to
nighttime
go
outside.
test it. I want to test it real bad. What do you mean you don't
know? You would need to crash to test it
Yeah.
fully. I noticed that none of Umber is here.
Rory is loading.
Starting.
Huh.
Yes. I hope you're ready to follow the
That
lead.
is really gonna suck. Though,
Am
if it's
I
just him.
yelling? Am I yelling now?
Mm-hmm.
Gitrium, I can't hear you. Try yelling.
I'm yelling. Am I yelling?
I can hear like 2 songs. I'm about to
try
press one
louder.
of them off.
Yeah,
and
so
then
you're gonna have to turn Dawn off.
Again? What?
That explains it.
Alright, I guess.
Yeah, Louis says looks like they won't be able to attend.
Okay.
What you gotta do now? What you gotta do now?
All at
Okay, so
Castle.
all.
I'm a ninja
Put some rose on your
Hey,
neck.
Kev.
Yeah.
Kevlin.
Oh no!
So it's looking like Louis is not going to be able to attend. So if you want to start brainstorming how you want to put that on there.
He's prepared to whoop
Yeah.
my ass. Get some shit
Yeah,
on
sounds good.
It's Macarena.
All right, I got it.
Okay.
There's one thing the chancellor should be able to do is be able to use antitoxin to test between different poisons.
Yeah, fair. And I mean, Yuki has a sample, I'm assuming, so.
Yeah.
Or someone brought it back.
Ooh, Veneros, you.
Cheers.
Cheers, are they drinking or something?
I have no idea.
Excited.
Loki's coming.
Cool! Wow, in the nick of time. Well, I guess it's the whole daylight savings thing. I guess that's gonna mess some people's schedules up a bit.
Squid's coming. That's an Umber boy.
Coolio. Oh yeah, I should start streaming now. Boop.
You already failed 3 side quests. That's fine.
I'm guessing one of them might have somewhere that one area I was meant to go to.
Yeah, your area that I planned around to go there.
And look at me, I'm telling you
rings, you still need like
I still use an ankle because I need it.
an ankle.
Kind of.
Oh my god.
Here we go. What? Whoa! How is he so small?
He got really big too.
That's is that a toggle?
Yeah. I want to put him in my pocket.
Wait, Taylor, question. Did Kingsley's bed get done or no? I remember it got done in the rolls. Did Kingsley's bed get done?
Kingsley's bed got done. It's not in the map update, but it did get done.
Gamer. I'm gonna take your knees because that fucking cat is taller than I am.
Okay, yeah,
I need it more than you do.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Alright, there we go. There we go. I'm gonna pretend like that. I have new knees. Let's go.
God, the way you walk then, you're just like hopping like that. Or was I just in podcast?
Oh my god. How are you?
Hello. I'm alright. Are you okay? What you said? What happened?
Oh, I have the thing now.
Celia's upset.
They did.
You have the thing? Oh my god. Oh, right.
I love that. I was gonna say, there's a boost in frame rates. I've realised, unless it's just.
Well, so I did that. Were you
For me,
involved?
yes.
No, you weren't. So turns out I had all the shadows in the world on high resolution. Like, so every single piece of foliage was rendering as a separate shadow in high resolution. I just changed it to low and it's megabytes in frames.
Because I was gonna say, I'm getting like there are times I like start like crapping out, but like I'm getting like 30 frames now in the map, so I might be able to stream. We'll see though.
Yeah.
Taylor. Frames are better. Frames are better.
That's what I've been hearing.
Frames are better, Taylor.
I'm glad.
So she just because like walking is too tiring, you know. But I need my wheels on
Yeah,
my
anytime.
I'm going to ring the bell in a second.
Kanoko.
What? Wait, you can have your shit open, but I can't. I see how it is.
Don't be hypocrite, Tal. Come on now.
Yeah, she can have hers, right? She can have hers.
I have my titties out. Give your titties out. She can have her titties out if she wants
Some women
to.
have theirs open except for me. That's fucking racist.
This is discrimination, and we're not doing it anymore.
Are those buttons below the thing, the local versions of the skyboxes?
Yes, and I'll probably explain that
Okay.
in game because there's been a lot of questions.
Okay, never mind. I thought they were for DMs only and that they were just fucking visible to everyone. And I was like,
Lumen was the
Taylor,
only
no.
team that had a female leadership, and now all the leadership is all male. The entire academy.
It's okay, Tel's gonna disappoint as leader. He gets to be exhausted the entire day. He's gonna be clamoring for a stamina potion, and it's just not gonna go well.
Oh my god. First day on the job.
Yeah. First day on the job, always the worst.
I've never been in the sort of thing that he's saying.
Yes, I know. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for 2 people to load in.
I'll be complaining about this to the board.
I don't want to have to repeat. Yeah.
Did you bake the shadows today?
I didn't bake them, no, but I modified them so they shouldn't kill us as much.
you did something, and now I'm getting like 45 frames almost.
I just hope that reflects in the main map.
The lighting after like a minute.
I mean, I'm sure it will, but like, I'm sure it feels really good. I had my graphics on ultra for the first half of the lobby, and it didn't like mess up. So
turns out it was all like super high quality, high resolution for literally no reason. I just bumped it down. I was like, screw that, and now it's like, woo.
All the shadow details.
I know.
Yeah, but they like look the same. So.
I don't look at shadows. I look at like the rough area, but not like the little leaf holes.
Celia has a disability, and there's a moment in the team where like we can't have women leadership.
And imagine when all the shadows are baked.
I know, that's next on my list actually. Hopefully by session 10.
Here's the thing. How does it work for nighttime? Is it still have shadows, but they're like I don't understand how baking works. Because you then turn off the shadows.
The shadows are still there. They're just static. So they just won't move.
That means Cecilia goes.
The moon will just be super powerful. That's all.
Pretty much. Alright, it's 8:34. No. Yes, you can.
I'm also recording this in case.
How are you, Ferris?
Can I do it? Can I do it?
She wants to do it.
Yeah, she asked me.
She wants to do it.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah. Go.
Do you hear the background music, Taylor?
I heard it in the other map. I can't hear it in here for some reason.
Okay, yeah, it's because the music that's playing in here is louder.
Mhm.
What you hitting there, man?
Who's coming?
She's the happiest guy now.
Yeah.
Smoking lean. Why is everybody smoking lean? Oh,
What was I
they call
gonna
them lean.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Alright.
Funny.
So, I've gotten a lot of questions on the buttons outside. Those are local lighting toggles. So if you crash and it's no longer dawn, you can go ahead and turn the dawn lighting off and turn a new lighting on so that, you know, when people crash at nighttime, it's not like bright as hell outside. You can like change it to be normal again. So those are just if you crash. I don't recommend touching them if you've been here the whole time because it gets all messed up. So there's that. Secondly, if you were on the scouting mission, I'm gonna have you wait here for a second and then follow me in the forest so I can tell you where to start. Otherwise, everyone else can go where they're supposed to go. I don't think I have anything else unless another mod has something.
Just one last thing is when it comes to the lighting toggles, they are toggles, so they go on and then off, and you can have multiple lighting systems going at the same time. So make sure that when you like are futzing with them, you turn off the morning light that's already on, and then turn on the night light, and such and such.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. So if you're on the scouting mission, stay. If you weren't, go ahead and head into the map. The roosters will be a little bit late while we get the rest of the people set up. So take your time.
I'm just gonna respawn, restart.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going there to meet my. I got people like.
I know what
people I'm waiting for.
No, she fell down the stairs.
You fell downstairs.
I'm still gonna get them set up, but you should see them
Yeah.
on the hill in the forest when you come back. Okay.
Yeah, you're waiting here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Dude, I'm a mod now. All of you obey to
I need
me.
to be taller.
I fucking
I'm a mod now.
Thank God.
Peach.
Holy shit.
Stand there. Ban. I'm a true Discord mod. Ban.
Fuck, Discord. Buffering you whisper. Did an OBS. And I just updated into OBS, and it should work now, hopefully.
Oh shit.
Oh, you see?
You're whispering.
Where am I waking up?
Alrighty.
my trust in Ventus.
So-
I think it's
Gotta choose somewhere to wake up. Here's my trust in Ventus. That last thing you said, I was like, trust them with.
Yeah. Alright,
No, my sauce. Fine.
They were making improvements with Emma. It's not time
Lumen's
for lectures. It's
doorstep.
like,
Wake up there.
I trust Ventus to know how to handle their own people.
It's not time yet. If you want to lecture us,
Hey, you need someone to soothe the
Squid.
nerves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, it was just the making progress. How
dare you?
Squid.
Okay, if you are on the scouting mission, please follow me to the
Trust
arena.
students to handle it.
Alright, let's go to the arena.
To the
boys.
arena.
Oh man. Everyone else can go in, right?
Yep, yep. Everyone else is going in.
place.
Yep, yep, yep.
Okay, good.
We're gonna go this way.
The default Rosewood song.
I got an invite.
Yeah, my fucking OBS.
Alright, Yui's coming. Cool.
Cry.
We're just gonna jog. So earlier's a slow bean, so. Oh, well, apparently she's faster than you guys. Except for Emma.
I should have gone into the cave!
Not fast enough. Oh, walking on
Just T-posing towards
Oh
me.
my god. That's horrifying. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is a Ventus nightmare creature.
I just didn't realize it's because of forbidden magic.
Forbidden magic boys.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way. Go this way.
Field trip.
Okay. Right here. This is where we saw them initially. Somewhere beyond that way is going to be the path that you came from, but it's not in the map yet, so this is just loosely where you're going to start. You guys were camping. You made a campsite before you came back, and you're just returning. I did. And you're just returning from your trip. So yeah, go ahead and take a minute to get settled.
Did you lose people?
I don't know.
Yeah, we lost
I'm gonna look along the
We
way.
lost Yuki.
She had to restart, so she knows you're out here. I showed her the spot earlier. But yeah, take your time. I'm gonna ring roosters in a second. Go ahead and, get comfy. And yeah, we'll see you later. Oh, there's one. You alive, Fushi? I don't think he is. Hopefully nope, he's dead. Okay. Let's see if Yui is coming. She's already there.
I didn't know Soiler went with him.
Listen. Okay. They're beyond the bridge, up the hill, on that side. Okay. If you turn on your thing, you should see cameras.
Okay.
Give her a second. Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a damn fool. I can do that in my bedroom now.
You have to hurry. We have like 10 seconds left, probably.
Get out of here, Twink. That's fine with me.
I swear to fucking God.
Good morning.
God damn it.
Mechanical roommate. Oh no. Roommate. Get out.
Oh, God, fucking goddamn it.
Probably would change the floor, you know?
Alright.
Her bed is right off my bed.
There are chemicals in here. Don't shoot.
Oh shit. Oh.
he's in here. Oh. Okay. Val. Please come up here.
What?
It is far too early.
What the fuck? No, this is too good. Okay. Come on.
Okay.
This is your problem, not mine.
You're right.
What do you mean?
There's a gift.
Not my problem anymore.
That's your side of the room.
I don't know what I'm meant to do. Pick him up, put him outside?
What?
If someone doesn't pick him up, I'm shoving him out of the bed.
In Kingsley's bed.
Absolutely.
That probably explains why I was up in the tree as well. Right, okay.
Do it.
What's going on?
There's a Murtash.
Oh, God damn it.
Good morning.
How did you get in here?
We lock the door every night. How the hell?
What's that, Zuko?
No, I ended up in the tree outside.
What?
Morning.
Morning, Murtash.
Yeah, it's like a rock in a rock.
These are some odd colors. Little country, don't you think?
What? How much do you want them gone?
Where you are.
Desperately.
Dorm room, obviously. Not desperately. Not stupid.
You're right.
It depends on
You're in Lumen.
why you're asking.
How'd you get in here?
Don't shoot him.
This sorely.
I'm not going to. I just have a weird picture that I can't look at.
I don't know how I got in. We lock the door every night.
Never mind.
I'd like to get dressed and eat breakfast in peace.
I put on some tea.
LeBron normally makes tea, but I can have tea here today.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Team captain, we have a dire situation that needs your direct
pretty
and
good.
immediate attention.
Get my shirt on.
It's almost perfect. Well, let's entertain our guests.
What are you
shall we?
doing here?
Having tea. I just got invited to have some tea. That's okay.
Have your tea. Oh shit, that's a stack.
Thank you.
I woke up.
Morning.
That was a thing.
You look
Morning.
Good.
I always look terrible.
Watch your step.
I
really should get a proper watering can. It'll be a lot easier. Perhaps I'll leave more water.
What gives it away?
Maybe I'll ask coffee.
Well,
I'll be back in a second.
staggering and your eyes and yeah.
My eyes? What's wrong with my eyes?
The bags under your eyes.
Oh, not
You look like you haven't slept
again.
at all.
I'm gonna go look at myself in the mirror and tell myself to get better because I thought this had gone away.
That doesn't sound good. Whatever it is. You still haven't grown at all since I got you. Maybe something's wrong with you. Am I overwatering you? I don't know.
What the
Doesn't
fuck
matter.
is wrong with you, Telkarat? Get a hold of yourself, man.
It's... Perhaps we need to reinforce the locks. I'll pick it up after breakfast. Locks.
Honey would be most appreciated. I would very much like
How much did you drink last night?
How did
Good
you
morning.
even get in?
I drank nothing.
I woke
Are
up
you sure? Because you look like you have the biggest
comfortably in
hangover I've
bed.
ever seen.
So I assume somehow relating to that. I don't know.
You don't remember if somebody let you in or if you unlocked the door?
I mean, I ended
No.
up outside in the tree again, so...
It should help with a little bit.
That's any consolation.
Maybe you let me in and you decided I looked cold and
Maybe we
alone,
just
so you let me have the
switched?
bed, and then you went outside
Oh, I've got
and
to see the
you just
fucking
forgot because you were
counselor.
drinking all the alcohol you guys have.
Probably.
It's fine.
I solved the case.
Tara have
Detective
coffee.
Murta strikes again.
Tara have coffee.
All right. Well,
I have a mission.
I'm pretty sure your team will
This
probably
morning-
wondering
Would
where
you
you
like
are.
me to
give
go
her the
well.
tea.
No problem.
That would be very.
This door open. Can I open this?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's open. It's open.
All right.
I'm gonna go get my Gambison and then head over to Terra.
What the fuck?
Hopefully it was you and not the fact that we need to reinforce our locks.
might
Probably
wanna
me, because I
reinforce our
did find myself in a tree, so, it's, you know, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, maybe that's for the
guess.
best. Hmm. Kingsley I could get used to, but Murtash, no.
Can we do anything for you, Tel, to help you?
Any?
No, I could make the joke. It'd be a really good joke and very beneficial for me, but I'm not going to do it because I'm not that person. But
Just do it.
Stella would tell you to carry them. Don't carry me. Don't do it. I do not need that.
That's fine.
I just need coffee and Anura's already on it. I hear that stuff helps. I really need a stamina potion most of all. That would... I'm banned from using them, for fuck's sake. This is the worst. I thought he did something. That canceller, yeah, but apparently not.
Perhaps not a permanent fix then.
Right. Apparently not. Regardless, I have a duty to fulfill now, so... Tired, exhausted, and dark-eyed or not, I still have to go do it, right? So how was everyone's sleep? Was it good? I hope so, because mine wasn't.
I found myself in a tree.
What the What?
I was out in the, you know, the tree, the big one in the middle.
Big tree in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh hey, I was just.
Where are people from the mission
that?
gonna be spawning?
Woke up.
You know what? I don't really remember.
Pick up this time. I heard
Everyone ends up that tree. How? Emma.
We had them spawn in the forest. It's possible that they've already made their way to the gate. I would look around by the arena, maybe.
I think.
Hold on, I don't think I can hear anything.
We swapped him, like, because I felt like he was bad and.
Oh, fucking hell, Zuko.
Oh boy.
Hey.
What? Oh, right.
When did Mustache wake up?
Did he wake up in your dorm?
Can you hear me now?
With his shirt off.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, we had them spawn in the forest area. They might have already made their way to the gate by now, so maybe check around the arena.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
He woke up in. If you're asking about murder, she woke up in my bed.
Oh, perfect, amazing, fantastic.
I see.
You're in crafting division, aren't you, Val?
Here's your coffee. Let's get in.
Yes, I am. So is Ted.
Is there any chance you'd be able to look into reinforcing our locks in any way? Maybe making sure that they're still locking?
Just make sure.
We're getting a bell for him. It's fine.
Doesn't solve our lock problem, but
bell.
Yeah, we're getting a bell for him.
Is that legal?
I'll look into it.
I appreciate
He
it.
was okay with it.
Maybe not for the full outer doors, but at least for the room doors.
Listen,
Yeah, that's really all I care about.
Don't hear it.
There we go. We'll be there in just a moment.
Party on the Lumen porch.
Yeah, any milk or anything with it?
Is he looking for Murtash? If you're looking for Murtash again, he's at Umrador right now.
I'll just drink it. If it helps me, I'll drink it. That's what I need. I just need that.
He ran over to
Have you had coffee
Is
before?
there an entire pot? I've had one cup and it helped a bit. Just a bit. Not as much as a stamina potion, mind you, but...
I'm not giving you a stamina potion, not like that.
I wish I...
need to find Bombadil today.
I'm not going to give one to you.
Wait, Val! Val!
No. He does not need one right now. It'll make it worse in the end. Just calm down.
Anura has decided I don't need one, so I don't need one.
Don't.
Good, I'm
Sorry.
not getting you one, it's for me.
You'll feel worse.
But I wanted one as well.
You'll feel worse.
Oh, Kevin.
I'll have a talk about it with Bombadil. Maybe then I'll make you one.
Perhaps there's a mixture where you could, you know, put part of a stamina potion in, but not the full thing, you know?
Just a weaker...
We could potentially
diluted
dilute
like
it.
what we used to do with the ale to make sure it lasted. Right.
There you go.
Got it.
How's your coffee?
Does something keep you up at night?
That's pretty good. You alright?
That's odd.
Are you?
That's odd.
It's very odd. Did you just check out the whole thing? There's more to be found. Yes, you did not. Okay, let's take some water.
The first one.
That just came off the stove. Oh my god. That's boiling hot.
This is probably the worst he's been.
That's better.
Did you have a nightmare or something?
I wish. I don't even remember. I just remember feeling like I fell asleep so well. Yet waking up as if I never slept in the first place. Actually, scratch that. I woke up feeling like someone's just slit my... Never mind. I feel terrible, Anura. Aurelia,
You look it, not to be rude.
Stop drinking, it's the first tell. Idiot. How long does this take to kick in?
About... It depends from person to person. It might take 10 to 15
Almost for me. Yeah.
Good morning, Avi.
Good morning.
Heaven door, where is that again?
Morning. Said that.
Oh, good morning.
Oh. Welcome back, Savera. Hopefully the mission went well.
It did. I was actually looking for you.
Oh, well, run with me. I'm trying to get Tell something to eat before he fills up on coffee.
How did I ring? She traded it to Cecilia for a
Not really.
Oh, that's stupid.
Lots of,
Yeah.
reading, unfortunately. Maybe this? Oh, shit. Give this to me. Okay. Do you mind?
You gonna pick the fork? No.
You need help taking it through the teleporter.
Yeah, I do. You said you were looking for me?
Yeah, just trying to. Trying to kind of like touch in with people that we haven't seen. That's all.
It's definitely good to see that everyone made it back safe. What time did you get back?
Not too long ago. I think we've only been here for maybe about 30 minutes or like an hour. We had camped at the village.
I see. Well.
I'm teasing.
Morning.
Mostly.
Morning.
Position building Ethernet explosives disappears in a cloud of smoke and can't be found. What?
That. Yeah.
Thank you for. Oh, I meant to take that from you. I'm sorry. You don't need to follow me up like Dr. Lewin. I'll catch up with you in a bit, though. I kind of wanted to see how your mission went, if that's alright.
Sure.
It's good to see you.
You also have a second in command, and there's also the rest of us.
No, everything you have to do is just by you.
Right, but it's an awfully bad start, isn't it?
Thank you.
I must like such an idiot. Oh my god. You brought food.
Don't fill up on coffee.
I won't.
Only made one pot, it wasn't a big one.
Thank you.
Is there any more tea?
Yes, there is.
Oh.
Can I have some tea, please?
It's this one. Oh, that was a bad idea.
Cute,
Should probably wash the uniform later. It's been a bit.
I'll just scooch. I'm just gonna. Wait, I'll just get some.
Huh?
Cool, it's fine.
You don't have a mug. I could have just given you a mug.
It's fine, I've got a mug now, so.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go get some breakfast.
Sure.
Alright, yeah.
There's
Remember,
new
in
posters,
half an
by the
hour,
way,
if
on
it's
the,
not
on
better,
the notice board.
come see me.
Got it.
Anything worth reading?
Half an hour.
Trying to read, I guess.
Havendor's reset its defenses. Since the keep's falling. Apparently somebody, some person died to eating poison by mistake. What else?
By mistake. What? How does that
Recipes
happen?
appearing in Droza.
Isn't Palvendor a
Apparently
six?
smashed a cart and... Yeah.
And the keep is in Vivera?
Vera, so there must be... So what they're probably doing is, even though that they're maybe like a little bit of, like, you know, seas away, they still want to reset their defenses. Probably go with a different approach.
I see. Well then hopefully they're there for aid and not for any other reason.
Let's hope. What else? Think I read something about some magician disappearing or something. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look again.
I'll see if I can take
Some
a
more
look.
appearing.
I think it was like a magician disappearing.
Mm.
I'll have to read it to you when we go past
As
it.
in a trick or
I don't know.
a spell or a kidnapping.
I think it as in a spell.
I'm not a magician. Sorry, that didn't make any. I'm not thinking straight.
Might be a good idea to get Stella to do the or to go to the meeting today.
I can do it. I'm fine. I'll be alright. Can't let that. Can't let that counselor get the wrong opinion of me straight away, can I? Especially considering how he looks at me. Might as well make a show of it. If I show up looking terrible, at least I've still shown up. The last time I saw him, I made a fool of myself, so it can't be any worse.
I do agree. Missing the first team meeting would not look very great for our decision, but afterwards, if you need to take it easy, no one would fault you for that.
Yeah.
Well, should that be the case, Cecilia has command again, and I'm sure she'll give good orders. As a team leader, I suppose I should say what? Right, our priority should be working out what we're going to do about the scouting team coming back, because I know they went out. So they're coming back, and we're going to learn whatever it is that happened there. It might not be anything, but I remember a mention of a necromancer from Cecilia. Stella. So, we should think about how to defend against magic, right?
Yep.
Passing forward. Okay. That's everything I've got. Because my ears are still ringing. And I almost collapsed just a moment ago, so... This coffee does help a little bit, though. Which is good. Thank you for looking out for me. I think that's how you're meant to say it, right? Right?
I think it's more
Not really
awkward
used
if you
to it.
thank us for it, but personal opinion, I guess.
Well... Would you prefer if I didn't thank you?
For doing what you should do when someone's feeling down, yes. Shouldn't be should just be expected, I guess.
Well... A few times someone's been nice to me, I've always found it fitting to give gratitude, so... I'll try to cut down on that, if it pleases you a bit. My apologies.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Go.
I'm gonna
Right.
get your food though, I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I should probably do
Well,
the same.
how goes it?
I watched a bunch of professors run straight for the gate, so...
Yeah.
Straight for the gate.
I saw Sarvira this morning. The scouting team is back.
Right.
That must be it.
Surely. Well, I never mentioned earlier, but to you, anyways. I meant
there's even more of them.
Right here and now.
If it does actually work,
I
you
could
might
just
not
pick him
want
up
to
by
do
the
it in
head
the
and
middle
just
of the
kind of
walkway.
hold him up there if you wanted.
I mean,
Well, I gotta figure
If
out
you
a
could
big
do it
fire
without him
pit on my
knowing,
feet
it's
first
actually
and
fine.
foremost.
I mean, if I walk up there and pick him up.
try it. Not gonna call
They seem to be in good spirits. Mission must have really gone well. No one seems injured, at least not from what I could see. I did see Ventus in the mess hall, some of Umbra, some of Terra. It's good. I'm relieved, I guess. Didn't expect them to be in combat though, so I wasn't necessarily worried other than the fact that they were wandering into a settlement where villagers were unpredictable. Didn't really know how they would react to us given our first impression with them a few days ago, but it's good. There's more Umbra.
Yeah, nice hat.
It's good as well.
It's sad.
See? Now that I have a hat, everybody wants a hat.
Actually, that's a fair point.
Hello, Sully. Oon. My leg's backwards.
To block the direct sunlight from your face.
Fuck no, it'll block my ears.
Okay, LeBron.
You cut holes in it, you know.
Oh, damn.
Man, I want a hat.
I might be resting at
You have a...
We can ask
headband?
Let's see if we can finish this quickly. I never did explore to see where those were actually on the outside of the building. Let's turn a fan on. It's freaking hot here. Yeah, Murtash waking up in our bedroom is definitely not something that I'm proud of. Proud of? Fond of? I don't know which word I wanted to use, but regardless, the fact that he got in the first place. And Kingsley doesn't remember letting him in, which makes me doubt the fact that Kingsley let him in at all. Plus, I feel as though Kingsley would know better. He knew how uncomfortable I was with even letting him in. I doubt he would let Murtash in. Without telling me first, at least. It was very interesting. So it must be the locks, then. If Murtash was able to get in. Don't stare directly into the sun so earlier. So, Val will look into the locks. And I need to ask Avi for a watering can. I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Declaring some sort of crusade. But instead he's stealing beer mugs and headbutting boulders. I don't think he's influenced by this fog of sorts we've been hoping about.
Now, that's the moment I found out he was sent here by the church. That's when I did, yeah.
So when we take it off the hinges someday.
Jackson not in today?
No, I think he might have gotten sick during a little camping segment.
Hello, Savira. Welcome back.
Morning.
Professor Baracosa, please.
Well, it doesn't sound good.
Good morning.
What?
Have you found anything about my spell?
Okay.
It's not what I was expecting to hear, but that's alright, I guess.
No.
You mind if I wait with you until captains are called? Just checking.
No, I don't mind. I actually think it might be all the teams who went on the mission, because
I've had a lot to do,
uh,
and lots of other people.
the Chancellor walked up to us and told all of Terra to go in once the bell rung.
I imagine he wants as much information out of you all as he can get. That's fair, I guess.
It's going to be what you
Yeah, that would be most likely.
Did anyone come back injured?
Not that I'm aware of. There were a few incidents.
Incidents?
Yeah. Near the end of the day, yesterday, they had rung up the earring, and there was something pulling them into it. I'm not sure. I wasn't there to experience it myself, so I'm going off word of tongue. But there's like a fog, and then when they walked into it, they felt like it was pulling them in. And then like 5 seconds after that, they all came back. So I don't know. I don't really know what that was.
I see. Perhaps they used their better judgment then and tried to escape it.
That's probably for the best. We don't know what's on the rest of this island. We didn't even know there were people on it.
So, what the villagers were saying about a necromancer, was that true?
Going off from the other okay.
I suppose I'll ask later.
I was not the one to investigate the necromancer, but I might get some more information when in there.
Do you think we'll be going back? You know, all things considered, or was that job well done?
It seems like there were a few issues that were still left unsolved. I wouldn't be surprised if we went back.
Let me see.
Cecilia. You should try.
No, I do. They'd said no.
Hang out with the team some more. They're all very pleasant. As of recent,
Well,
it's all
good luck
quite
with
lively.
the debriefing.
Just, I know it has been before, but
Sure.
waking up here, you don't get to experience it, I
I should
suppose.
probably at least go find my team.
That's correct.
Probably.
It's a lot safer for everyone this way.
Never mind.
Well, if you feel safer and not want to stop you at all, just maybe stop by sometime in the morning.
Hey, I'll do my best.
Right. Of course.
Good. Thank you, yourself.
Pretty good, pretty good. Was it nice? Finding my test in the end, I hear it is a bit of a wild goose chase.
I'll be fine. Be good for him to make an appearance anyway.
Professor Neller, I find it very concerning that they just put us in a considerable amount of food debt. We owe a lot to them now.
Some people are probably very angry about that.
Were we having a food shortage again? I thought we solved that.
No, we aren't, but they are. And they give us
Then
four
why
of their
would we
cows.
take their cows?
I don't know.
They're probably expecting an equal amount in return.
That's what I'm saying.
So we probably
That's
just
the
got
concern.
screwed over.
Oh.
Farming
what are we
division
going to
is
do?
gonna have
Give
a
them-
How did you
fucking cutout
did
for
you
it.
go with
I mean, what are we going to do?
what
Give
I
them the
gave you?
bees or the rabbits? Don't recommend it.
With the reading.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
Was
it okay, or do you think you'll need more?
No, actually, I think it was very helpful. I feel as though I can read a bit faster, actually.
How many cows did they have to begin with?
Glad. That's good. And everything that I wrote out made sense. So nothing you needed to go over, or
No, but I may look at it again just to be sure. But it seemed fine. I mean, using my own judgment, which may not be very good in this situation, but it seemed okay.
Oh. Sorry, if you felt as though you improved, that's good. We can go over it again. And I know I got a feeling Talia, she's not there. I don't know why I look. But yeah, of course. No, that's good. That's really good. You can. Oh, if you wanted to.
Does he know about the project?
I have to fill him in.
Taylor.
Unless if you wanted to, I'm more than happy to lend that to you. But, I did mention it.
Yeah, no, that's as long as he knows.
Oh yeah, we just give them back the cows.
It does.
Alright, I had a thing.
If you want to, I mean, I know you were
He's
going
not there.
somewhere.
No, I actually have something to take care of really quickly. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No, go. We can talk later.
Sure.
Interest on this.
I'm here.
I mean, they are villagers.
Everything good?
Oh, I thought I could remember people. Cheers, no worries.
Okay. Why did I even grab this? I don't really want it.
I mean, they might be the reason why their crops are dying.
It was a waste.
And why they are
To enjoying your meal?
Suppose we could wait until they're done. I do wonder what's keeping Tell up, though. I wonder if Inara has made any progress on researching whatever it is. What she talked to him about. I can't remember if it was the weapon or the gem. Thinking back on it, his explanation of how he came in possession of that thing was strange. Maybe I'm reading too deep into it. Maybe I'm not. Who knows? Maybe it's not as weird as I think it is.
Hey, so earlier.
Good morning.
Bobby's drenched in something.
What are you covered in?
Soup.
Why?
Caleb instinctively threw it at me.
Maliciously?
I'm fine. No, I think he was just caught off guard. Anyway, I need to go change. Otherwise, I'm gonna smell like chicken all day, and I
You-
might eat myself.
Come find me later. I have a question to ask you.
Okay.
Did you know we got 4 cows?
I did not. Sir Vera did not mention that.
We're apparently in debt because we have 4 cows now.
We're in debt? Who said we were in debt?
Yes. I don't know, but people don't give away cows for free. Especially starving people.
Perhaps it was a trade. Perhaps we're giving them something as well.
I don't know, no one's put in that detail yet.
No, but I mean, if we went over there to make relations with the town, I wouldn't be surprised. That's how we did it back in Rosa. It was always a trade. Who knows?
Have you guys seen the Chancellor around?
I imagine he's in the meeting with all of the team captains.
I believe the Chancellor is just right over here.
Where did Amari go?
Around.
Did you happen to hear anything strange last night in your bedroom?
No.
Nothing,
I wasn't in my room.
I see. It's unfortunate. I wonder what...
I've been doing overnight work on a project for Aethertech Division.
I see. You, went to work on your gun the other day. How did that go?
It's done.
You finished it.
Yes, it works for once.
That'll be useful.
I still need to find out how to make it a little more effective.
Regardless.
It's not as good as the ones back home.
Well done. I'm sure having some range on the team would be useful.
I still wouldn't consider myself ranged quite yet. It's an option, it's not viable.
That's alright. It's still an option.
Takes almost a quarter of a minute to reload.
That does not sound useful at all. That sounds like a long time.
Though I can hit something from roughly 100 meters away.
Silently?
Haven't tested out its full range yet, but
I see. Could be useful for sneaking up on enemies. I don't
maybe
know if I'm hearing
once
that
it's
or not.
quite loud.
Oh, I
No,
see.
we're hearing that. He's right over there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is probably going to take a while.
Probably.
Well, Team Ignis isn't going near me now. Great. They think I'm diseased because I look like a cow.
What does that mean?
Sorry I'm so
I look like a
late.
cow, so they
Professor
think I'm
Octavian
diseased.
pulled me aside.
You didn't miss anything.
That sounds racist.
What?
Actually, it sounded a little racist.
Should I push people down?
There's
What's happening?
Look,
I can
okay,
take
so
one of them out from a long
Ignis are being
distance.
dumb in the other room, and they
That's not a
said that I was
surprise.
diseased because I look
What?
like a cow. Have you seen the cows? They like I have ears like a cow, nose like a cow, tail like a cow.
Why
So
would
they
I
think
make
I'm
you
Their dorm is
diseased?
directly across
They,
from
they think I'm
ours.
yeah, they think I'm diseased.
You could get a good shot.
If Murtash falls asleep in
than
Lumendorm
100
again, we'll just hold him hostage.
That'd be fun.
We don't even need
Why
to tie him up.
did
We'll
they
just convince
give
him
you
to
any
surprise
specifics
him.
on why they think you're diseased?
Because they said that cows are diseased or something like that. That's all they really said before I
First
walked
of all, you're
off.
not a cow.
Apparently, we got 4 cows from the
I look like
village,
a cow.
and apparently they might be diseased.
Maybe, but that doesn't mean
Oh,
you
Stella
are
also
one.
has claimed one of the cows as well as
We're not
That's-
claiming the cows. We can no.
I don't want a cow. Actually,
one of the cows is gonna have all the spare
potions,
gambesons on it. it's gonna have a
It might be
little
able to shave
gambeson.
its horns, use it for potions. Could be interesting. Yep. Maricosa?
Shaved cow horn is
Actually,
a
wait,
normal
Stella
part
was
of
here
potion
with. Wait, where is Stella? Stella was with me. Hang on, I need to go.
I don't know where
check
she
where
is.
Stella
I don't keep track
1 minute,
anymore.
I'm gonna go check on her. Hang on.
I just hope Tella's doing alright.
Yeah. I saw him at least enter the meeting.
really
If
hope
anything
he hasn't.
happens to him, then they would notice.
Or he falls asleep. And
I
no one
really hope I
bothers to
don't
wake
have
him
to
up.
make him a potion. I would rather he not, because the aftermath would be worse to deal with.
Yeah. I just wonder what's keeping him up at night. Is all. This is probably the worst he's been.
That's true. I suppose I've seen him, but I've not been here very long.
Don't know. Concerning though.
Very.
Kingsley touched me, so I'm
Murtash,
going to the medical office.
What?
not
No,
how that
no.
works.
Oh my god. Come back here.
Okay.
I could hit him from here. Oh, never mind.
Why do you think Kingsley's deceased?
Joined the private military company that is receiving a bunch of money from enemy nations. That's a very bad look.
Here, Avi.
Oh, go.
Which means that we could be dragged, Rosewood could be dragged into a war. As well as my
Have you
Last I
seen
saw
Avi
him,
anywhere?
he went to change because someone dumped soup on him.
Ah, that would be Geleb.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I thought I went to the dorms. I must have missed him on the way there, or...
Well, he doesn't like
he went the back
teleporters,
way.
so if you didn't walk, you probably missed him.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to believe one of those two things. So either I'm going to the medical office or Kingsley is a cow. So I'm choosing that Kingsley is a cow.
True.
Nope, they can't both be true. You're wrong. You're incorrect.
Why do you mean? Why can't both
Hello,
be
Stella.
true?
I
think he believes he's part of the
word. Give me the word, and I can hit him while he's gone.
I think if you'd hit him, he'd do more brain damage than he already has. That'll do us no good.
You can't hit something that's not there. I don't know, you know that.
Very interesting. Let's see how he ends up.
Turns out Ignis is more racist than I was.
It's going to be a fairly long meeting.
I mean, they're coming back with their findings, so...
Yeah. That's kind
I just hope Teller's is going to be able to fake it alright if the coffee actually worked.
He seemed very nervous when he was talking to me.
Shit.
He actually forgot that he had the meeting, I believe.
Oh god. Oh no.
We can activate a flight or fight response and get an adrenaline rush.
I could already go begin looking for ingredients. Preemptively. Might have like 1 in my room. Guess I should have. Just want to do it.
If you need help. If you need help,
That'd be very
don't
nice.
mind.
I'll have a look in my room and see what I actually already have on hand. If I have anything on hand.
Sure.
The rest I'll have to scavenge for.
Where did Kingsley go?
I don't know. I was gonna go look in the cafeteria. I'll go have a look.
I petitioned for us to take one of the cows that they brought back.
It's the, the royal beast of House Everton. Right. But, apparently all the cows are diseased.
Yes, they might be. That is a possibility.
Who said that they were diseased?
This is a starving village. They don't give food away for no
Ignis
reason.
did.
Why would Ignis know?
I don't know.
They wouldn't. The other people spreading around is Aqua Team. However, it is logical, but we don't know for certain.
Is there a way to test cattle?
There are, yes.
Suppose we ought to do that
Do you
then.
know any cow specialists?
Yes. I myself has visited my family's pastures. There were, every so often a mad cow.
Fucking mad cow disease. I can't do it. Is it curable, at least?
Sometimes. Depends.
Okay.
Depends on what's wrong with it, yes.
Hi.
Hello, hi Kingsley.
I just had an argument with Octavian.
Remember, Mother Guy is a
He's right there.
Rescreening.
Well, one of the students. It's nothing that serious.
I mean, if the meeting is longer, we could go down there and we can go check the cows to see if they're actually, like, diseased or not.
I suppose so. I wouldn't mind waiting. for Tell to return if he wanted to get a head start.
There can only be one
I'd hate for him to not know where any of us
Or
are.
they're ran by a captain.
That is true. Hmm. We might as well all meet there.
There he is.
Ah.
There's our
Oh, Tim. Sorry, that
Hello.
was a long one. Right.
We're missing
First of
Nora.
all, important. Nora.
Do you know what
It's
Anna?
a shame because it was important for her as well.
There she
look,
is.
there's Nora.
Shall we wait a moment?
Oh, I was.
Ah.
Welcome, Tell.
Great.
Sorry.
No problem.
Are you alright?
So, fine. I really might need some further help, but regardless of that, let's get this out of the way, shall we? The scouting team returned, and your suspicions, Stella, were correct. It is indeed a necromancer. So, the prior directive I gave to a few of you about looking into defense against such magics, particularly now, occult, I believe, is of most importance. It's something that the Chancellor himself referred to as a damned monstrosity. And, quite frankly, that man spoke about it worse than he speaks about me. So,
Were you informed of the nature of this necromancer?
I was told that they had undead 7 or 6 under their command. I'm unsure what exactly that means, but I did hear something about
Bodies.
a mayor within the
Servant
village.
bodies.
Please.
You know.
Servant bodies.
Puppets.
Right, that's what happens to this. Fucking hell. Okay, well, anyways. Additionally, there is a fog present outside of the village. The fog is known to be poisonous, and the scouting team have collected a sample, which is to be evaluated, and we will be given information regarding it. Those
Is
who
that why
are
it's so foggy
members
here?
of the... I'm unsure. I hope it's not poisonous here. That would be terrible.
If it was poisonous, we would know by now.
Precisely.
I know. But if it's creeping in,
Well,
then...
I mean, it could have a long-term effect, depending on what it is, but we'll see.
Poison.
To continue from that point, there was also a cave spotted within the fog. There's no further details on that. That was all that was seen. Alongside, of course, a necromancer. The fog has had a sample collected. It's a form that's, well, it can be stored in a vial at least. So that's something. Those who are part of the alchemy division, so myself, Anora, and I believe Sorelio, we must all report to Bombadil's office and meet with him and the Chancellor at the sound of the next event bell. Unsure what that will entail, but I'm sure it involves poison, so great. Other than that...
Perhaps constructing an antitoxin.
That would be smart.
Perhaps. Well, other than that, the villagers were mostly amicable, but there was heavy mention of distrust towards the mayor. Alongside a heavy rumor, perhaps truth, of the mayor being involved in some sort of deal with a necromancer involving the graves of the village. So, he's seen as filthy, and so is a necromancer. Well, our mission, as what has been described as a kill team, alongside Aqua and Ignis, is to neutralize the necromancer. Now, that, quite frankly, is terrifying, but it's what we were to be prepared for. Furthermore, the situation with the fog, whatever that may be, and that cave, it is undecided onto whether another scouting mission is required, or well, if we're just to head in there blind, I suppose today's results will tell.
Perhaps we can speak to
That
Cracking
is,
Division about some kind of mask.
Yeah.
A mask. Right.
Mask? What?
I of all people don't want to chance this, especially if it's a cult magic and a fog.
I mean,
That is,
it will entirely depend on what the fog actually entails. If it is even harmful, or if it has long-term effects, depending on what it does.
well,
If it's even
we should
necessary.
assume the worst if it is confirmed as poisonous, but we'll have more
Very
details
true,
on
then.
that once we're done analyzing. That's the word. Analyzing whatever's in that vial. So, I'll inform you all of that, or Honora will, or Cerelia will, when we return to the dorm later tonight. Otherwise, that's all for the bad news. Apparently this is good news. I'm unsure, quite frankly. I'm not a fan of new faces, but there's also meant to be some new arrivals, students, coming to the island in a few days' time.
I see.
Primarily of concern for the two short teams, of course, not for ourselves, but keep your eyes open in case they are
Let us
a
settle
threat
with the
of any
6,
kind.
please.
And especially if they have feathers, I do warn you that... Sorry. Anyways, that's everything. In terms of discussion, well, go ahead. Anything to say, anything to add, as it were.
I did want to claim one of the cows that were brought back for the team, but they may or may not be diseased, so I'm not sure.
We have cows now.
They're cows
Yes,
now.
That wasn't mentioned. Or...
Yes, I wanted to go over there and look,
If-
but
okay. I'm going to. Is it alright if I head up to my room and see what ingredients I have
If anyone
available?
needs me, I'll be over there.
I'll see what I have available, and I'll make you a potion because this is clearly not working.
It's fine. No, please do. But
You're stumbling like a
it'd be
drunkard.
best.
I'm going to have a look. I'll keep you informed if I need any more ingredients to have a look at.
Sure.
No, remember, the moment the bell rings, office, Bombadil's office.
Right. I
Mhm.
understand.
Okay, great.
Did they... So, as a kill team, are we going for both the cave and the necromancer?
That's to be decided. Right now, the necromancer is an absolute. We had to swear we would kill the necromancer, otherwise the professors here would, so...
I see.
No option, really.
very much.
The caves, I'm unsure. It's to be confirmed, as it were. But going forwards, we should prepare for that. So, considering our experience with sewers of some members of our team, we should consider close quarters fighting and techniques for that.
Makes sense.
Right.
Wonderful.
You said...
I'm sorry, Val, I know it's your...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I know it's your area of expertise with combat, so any knowledge you can share regarding that for our formations or, well, how we can work best together in such a situation would be excellent. Right. Well, that's everything.
At least we'll be with Aqua and Ignis, so they're familiar with our close quarters.
Other than that, what is it you always say, dismissed? No, I won't say such a thing, but...
Is there
Take
something
care of
wrong with it?
yourselves, alright? And, most importantly, if the Chancellor saw this necromancer as so much of a threat as he did, to downplay it as a monster and the worst kind, I want everyone, including myself, to be at their best when the time comes. This thing in the words of the Chancellor, and I'm not sure if it will incite as much terror in yourselves as it did me. It has the ability to strip a soul from someone, to prevent its passing into the afterlife, or to see the gates of death, in the Chancellor's words. So,
There's a chance to think that
to
we're ready
avoid
for something like this. We've only been on like one mission apiece.
he's suggesting it, so he believes we are. But I want to make sure that we're all ready for it, because the last thing I want is to see any of you, well, have your soul stripped from yourselves. Whatever that looks like, I'm sure it's absolutely terrifying. So yes, we'll avoid a fate worse than death and kill a necromancer. Lofty aspirations for us all. Go Team Lumen.
Alright.
Right.
Yeah.
Very well.
Formations probably then. Figuring out how to protect yourself against a necromancer.
Yes. Good luck, everyone. And if you find out anything very important, I'll of course be at the alchemical office or over at the training grounds later in the day. If I have the energy. If not, I'll be in the dorm. If you need anything, need to share anything.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, good luck, everyone.
You too.
You too, I suppose. Everyone else has already made their way.
Take care of yourself. It's concerning. That.
Mm-hmm. Certainly is.
Women and children would be fine, but I think the problem is we're not very good at basically deciding things on facts. We just kind of decide whether or not we like it or not. That's how it works.
I'll admit, I don't think I've
I'm
ever
not
set
very fond
foot
of
in
it
his
either,
office.
to be quite honest with you, but
Right.
that's how it works.
What would you want to have next?
It's fire.
What would I like to have?
Particularly effective against necromancers.
Well, I'd say personally, anything that is destructive would be good against them. So.
We might have to make one from scratch.
So we just wait.
Oh.
Do we go do
Let's
that
make a
right
quick
now?
one real quick. Let's go make a
Alright,
quick
real quick.
one.
Quick
Real
one.
quick.
Hello, Solar.
Morning. Be nice. Just be nice. I saw my camera and I thought it was a person.
What's his name? Fire one.
I'm not sure.
Oh my god.
Speedrunning and making a pie.
We need a flamey boy. Is he here today? Hold on.
I have no clue.
Alright. It's going. We need 10.
I have the strong feeling that he's here today, but I don't know where he is. So earlier, have you seen Solus? We need him to help us bake a pie in like a minute. Like, we need to bake this pie quick, apparently. I don't know why we're baking a pie.
He's probably
We are,
with
though.
Tara, wherever they meet up for their meetings. Try the
Shit.
dorms.
Where is Tara? Me up for their meeting. I'll go get him. I'll go get him.
It's quite dangerous, so I suggest keep yourself at the ready. But, Stella?
It's been suggested that we burn the village.
What?
What?
I asked what the best, what was an effective way to deal with a necromancer, and the solution was to burn the village.
Who said this exactly? Was it Bellicosa
Octavian.
you were talking to? Octavian. From the man who fell out of a tree chasing a squirrel, he suggests to burn down a fucking village.
He did
then we
what?
know not
So
to take
that's
that
the most
seriously.
effective way he's
What's-
dealt with
what's-
necromancers in the past.
Okay.
Because you need to be.
He's burning the bridge.
What is the best way to contain a fire?
Honora.
Wait here for 2 seconds.
All right. Don't mind me, just picking my woody.
Where did she go? She was just there.
Who?
Oh, no.
Is
she's
Caldwell
just-
the one in
that
charge
way.
of crafting? Oh no.
No, he's muscle.
Right. Who's crafting?
Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for crafting division so we can get that.
The pie. I've done the pie.
I'm not risking the stupid fog thing.
Sky Ant.
Sky Ant, okay, she's not gonna be here today. Do you know when we did Talivate mention when we ship off?
No. I think we're
Damn it.
doing the
She's
There you
right
are.
here.
potion.
I made her wait.
Hi.
Alright, I've run out of red caps. I wanted to see if you help me and Kingsley find some.
Yeah, of course.
If you find any.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing I'm missing. The rest is quite simple.
I'll look for some. I'm not sure if we're supposed to be waiting for this bell or not. But
I don't know either. I would rather get him the potion sooner than later.
yeah, I agree.
He's of no use to us like this in class.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least
Excuse
handling
me, it's
poison at
Nora
all,
here.
actually.
Nora.
Professor.
I need you to be 100% truthful with me right now. Did any of you or anyone you see touch or pet the cows that's in the pen?
No.
No.
I don't believe we
Alright.
have, no.
I think Stella
Why?
is at least interested in them, so I'm not sure if she has or not.
Oh,
She's...
no.
She might be good to ask. She's right there.
Stella, it's a minute. Stella, if you would.
Right? What is it?
I need you to be 100% truthful. Did you or anyone you see pet or touch the cows?
I touched the cows, yeah.
I'm gonna see
Okay.
myself up.
Put out your hands. Really quick.
Why?
Take out your hands. They're apparently
What is going
they
on?
brought in the cows might have a fungal infection that they're carrying.
We can do it right
Actually,
after
this
this.
might be good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might be able to take some from Bumble's office.
Like the cows.
Mm.
Is that a bad thing?
It's just mushroom. You
Yes,
won't notice it.
unfortunately so.
I have...
I'm sure he'd understand. It's not like you're doing anything with ill intent. This is for our team captain after
That's
all.
true. But I'm also not medical team.
Mm.
Make sure that the fungal infection doesn't spread to.
If we don't see Tell show up for this, though, I will be concerned.
Very much.
I don't know how you want to deal with this. I can't give you
Oh, good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Chancellor.
Good morning.
everyone else if there's any left over.
Yellow?
I'm so upset. Professor Octavian ate the pie.
I like a really hug.
Oh,
You did what?
how
What?
did he enjoy it?
You liked it a lot, but it was for vomiting.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh,
Oh,
hey, did you
I
get
see.
the pie or did you eat
Alright.
it? I got Silas to come help us make another one. Come on.
All right. Wait, we got.
I
gotta beat the thing now.
It's about. We have the thing. We have. I suppose he has it.
I didn't hear the bell for a moment. I'm glad Professor Lupe did.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes. For pie, with pie.
I'll get you the potion after, right?
I'll brief you!
Right.
Alright.
I keep straight.
I'm going to assume this is everybody in alchemy, so please head inside.
All the books here, it's very useless.
After you.
Thank you.
I think I'll just stand.
So, as you are all aware, Professor Bombardier is going to lie down. The trip was not very good for his health. He's an old man, but he's given me some notes of what I am to do. And thankfully, this is something that I have done in the past. So, I'm going to guess everybody here knows what antitoxin is.
Yes.
Does anybody not know what antitoxin is?
I do not. No.
You do not.
Sorry.
Antitoxin is a potion that we use to remove targeted impurities from the body. This can be used to get rid of poisons that are inhaled, ingested, injected, such as alcohol, venoms, or even more specified poisons, such as from assassins and the like. So, what we will be doing today is Miss Yuki, I believe, according to the notes, was able to procure some venom or poison from a mist that was in the forest outside of Lindbergh. And we will be testing it against a series of poisons, and we will be seeing which one fits the bill. Now, thankfully, we have a incredible surplus of antitoxin. So, group up in pairs of 3.
Pairs of 3.
Hello, come here, buddy.
That was easy.
Well, I suppose we have a group.
Oh, we're okay.
This. I'll go with that. Hello.
Hi.
Would
you like this,
every
Nora?
group grab 2 bottles of antitoxin.
No. Okay.
Wait.
Keeps sweet. Keep yourself stable for as long as you can.
I'm trying.
I'll hold out.
So, because we are going to be testing this toxin here against several poisons, and we do not have a whole lot, we will unfortunately be needing to dilute it in some, where is it? Some purified water. As you can see, it does lose a significant amount of its color, but we should have enough to test it against at least 6, maybe 7 poisons if we're lucky. So, I will get some small vials.
So classy.
Alright, come get these vials. As well as these particular poisons. Poison A, B, C, D, E, and F. Please get 2 poisons
Alright.
each.
B poison. Agreed. Poison. A.
FB.
A.
Wait.
So A and B.
And F.
Was there enough of every kind for everybody? Or because we...
If every group will be testing 2 poisons.
Okay.
Alright. I took B.
You
Which
have
one
A, B,
do you have?
C, D.
Shall I go get here?
We have AB.
We'll get out.
All right.
We're AB.
Oh,
This
get
team
C
will be
then.
getting AB,
C.
C, D, E, and F.
That was a 0 grade.
All right. Now this is a, thankfully, very simple process. And unfortunately, a somewhat, how you say, uncomfortable one. But thankfully, we have plenty of actual antitoxin. So, first off, what you're going to need is a guinea pig. Because one of you is going to get poisoned.
I don't
I volunteer. I'll do it.
You both
want
to
be
Right.
Sure.
Alright.
I've been poisoned before, it's not too bad.
We'll need one, Yuki.
Suit yourself.
Thanks.
All right. Good. That was nice and quick.
Sure.
If you want to do it, then you can do it.
Yeah, shit happens.
Now, this is very much a throwing rocks at the wall and seeing which one sticks. You will be poisoning your... Yes.
Rocks don't stick to walls, so...
Yes, which is why you're trying to find the rare one that does. Please follow along. Now, as I said, one of you will be getting poisoned, and you've already decided who, and have fun with that. You will then be testing that poison against an antitoxin created with the small amount of poison we received from the forest mists. Now, if there is no effect, and you do not, you continue to stay poisoned, and your everything hurts, and you feel like you need to vomit all over the place, or it feels like your eyes are about to start bleeding out of your head, then it obviously wasn't the correct one, and you'll then be using the, how you say, other antitoxin as a quick nip of that. And, you know, not dying, or at least being not very uncomfortable anymore. So, prepare both antitoxins. We don't need full doses, because since we're using very small amounts here. And to create the doses, you simply add the poison to the antitoxin. Don't use all of it, since we will be needing more.
Do we simply
Please.
It's just a mixture?
Alright, which one am I drinking first, A or B? How you say?
But we should,
If
we
you
should
need-
definitely
So we make
prepare
that
the
Let's
antitoxins
Let's
first.
go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
things first. So these are ready.
Yes.
Alright.
This
Then I guess
reminds me
we'll
of
get
a,
actually get some. Hold on.
a short tale.
Probably get a
home
vial.
Where'd
village.
the second bottle go?
I don't. It's.
He's sitting on it.
Actually offered a man
So-
a
Sitting on
chance
it.
to win.
Where do I stand up?
C and D.
Which ones? Okay, let's prepare the
Alright.
antitoxins so they're ready.
C and D. Alright.
I had to keep it warm, sorry.
Shut up.
Alright.
Just a hint of it, right?
Poor little bit
You
then.
want to handle this one?
Of poison, eh?
Sure.
Alright.
Of course.
Yeah.
There we go. Just
Alright. Alright, Will.
And
Bottoms up.
great. Okay. Well.
Oh boy, it hits.
so.
Bumps,
guinea pig?
these lessons always this,
A or B?
Ow.
Yes.
It's.
Ow.
You don't need to endure. You can just drink it.
Now is it?
Flip a coin.
Which one you want first? Deaf or deaf?
Alright.
Alright.
Did you just
Bottoms up.
drink both in rapid succession?
No, I drink the new antitoxin.
Poison kicks in.
Alright.
I haven't drink both.
Actually,
Drink
All
one
right.
first. Let's see the let's see
Eight
the
does
effects.
not work.
Antitoxins
Yeah.
ready, right? Yeah.
Alright, no, better work. Better work.
Come on, Ivan, you've got this. You're a brave man.
Ah,
You
boy.
volunteered and you're going to stand up to it.
Ah, Okay.
Can you count down?
No, I'm fine. That's fine.
1,
Totally fine.
2, 3, bottoms up. Come on now, we don't have all day.
Oh boy.
Good
man. Okay.
There we go.
Get ready for the next one.
Alright, that's B.
No, you are doing
Sorry.
C and D.
D.
That was D.
All right.
C and D. That was
All right. B. All right.
Coughing.
All right.
My throat.
No.
Drink yourself
Feel
coughing.
terrible?
Sore throat.
Yeah.
Alright. Makes sense.
All right.
Oh fuck.
And then C we go.
Oh geez.
Let it
Is it too late to switch
Ah, fuck.
volunteers?
Ah, fuck my horse.
Want me to?
Hey, can I have it?
No, I
Thank you.
got it.
volunteer?
Yeah, I do.
Took B.
Yeah, I got.
We got more balls in there.
Well, he
Which one?
still looks pretty
Feeling
terrible.
better? This is C.
Ah, fuck.
All right.
Yo, have you ever felt the back of your eyeballs before? That really hurts.
Good luck.
2 Rosewood.
All right.
That's C, sir.
Oh boy.
Oh, that wasn't
Are
that
you
bad.
feeling alright?
Ah, now I feel better. Oh jeez.
I hear poisons can take some time before they kill you.
I do you feel the back of your eye?
Oh god.
Also true.
Most times you feel the inside. You don't really feel the inside of your body. You only feel the outside. So feeling the inside really fucking hurts.
Yes, that one is rather terrible.
Anyway, that was fun.
I don't believe I've ever been poisoned before. Fun?
Are you want to try it? There's still some left today.
No, I'm alright. I
Yeah, you're
think
right.
I've
Alright.
seen enough to know not to really give it a go.
You look like you've just coughed out your lungs, but otherwise alive.
Yeah,
I think.
you
Looks like
look
you've
alive
been
and
drinking a
well.
bunch of poison.
I once met a man who would put like little bits of poison on the tip of his tongue and like eat that like every day. I'm like, how are you not alive? But apparently,
That's what they mean.
if you do that often enough, you gain an immunity. When then it will no poisons will no longer affect you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't quite hear you.
Fun
Which
fact.
reminds me of
The antitoxin work on the one you just.
my shaman work.
It did.
I never
Being
really
better, I
understood
believe
how
so, sir.
Okay. Which one was
This is
it?
good.
That
C,
would
sir.
be C.
I think our teammates outside.
Alright.
Wanted that earlier. Doesn't know where we are.
Alright, you may stop poisoning yourself. I believe we have found the correct poison.
Wonderful.
Very well done.
How can we figure out where it is then?
For science.
I'd love to not go into this thing blind. I don't know.
Science.
The one that Bombadil assumed it would be.
As alone as I can.
That doesn't sound good.
What does that
Tell
entail,
me,
sir?
are any of you
I pushed her into a rock, don't
familiar
worry about it.
with a creature called a dragon?
It was an accident, I didn't see
No.
it was dark.
Maybe.
They spoke of one
I've heard it mentioned.
a few months back. It was during the hunting mission. It's what ended up killing 3 of our students.
Yes, according to Bombadil's research, because apparently they had one in the school for several
They have
weeks.
us.
Do whatever you wanted to do.
They had it in the school?
Yes. And it's a good thing they did, or we wouldn't have had this poison to test it against. Apparently, the old doctor and Bombadil were running tests on it. Researching it. And this is a good thing, because apparently there is more. And according to his research, there might be a queen. A whole hive of them.
On the island?
Yes.
Could it
Sweet.
could it be in the cave?
It is most likely.
Oh,
From what
great.
his research states, it sounds like that dreadworms very, very occasionally will set up a hive with a singular queen, grows massive in size, and its poison changed to a much weaker version of its neurotoxin, and is more spread out and long-lasting, which is likely that fog that the teams were dealing with. You have a question.
When you say queen, you mean a big thing, right? Like a... Okay. And when you say a whole
Damn worms again.
island, a hive of them, do you mean many, as in more than us, or... I'm just trying to get an idea of numbers.
Maybe.
Right. Great.
So, has Bombadil stated as why he got rid of the original one? That would be an unlimited supply, wouldn't it not?
It would, but thankfully, he has actually plenty of this creature's venom in stock.
Oh, very well.
But the issue is that we might be dealing with dozens, if not hundreds, of these damn fucking creatures. Although, if there is still a hive there, that means they are likely still juveniles, especially if the hive has been there as long as we suspect. Because apparently people have been going missing from this village for, what was it, 15 years, I think Caldwell said to me. Which means it is a weak hive. Which means not enough of its drones, its workers, are getting to an age where they will cannibalize their mother. So,
good, at least.
We'll likely be dealing with much of a smaller variety of water.
That's a relief.
DM, help! It's the end of the day and it just got brighter.
Inquire, sir. If one managed to kill 3 of ours,
What are you talking about?
what are we expected to do?
The sun
against
just
the
went
full
higher
moon?
in the sky.
It's daytime.
Be smarter about it.
But it was the end of the day!
I mean, if they're juveniles.
No, it was morning. It was morning.
But I clarified that it was the end of the day, because that was what we said on the meeting.
They returned early morning.
We said they returned afternoon. I even clarified that with people. Finn was like, yeah, no, it's the evening. That was what we said on the meeting.
God damn it,
Everybody was like, yeah, no morning announcements, because, like, it's not the morning.
No.
But there should be more
It's daytime now. They were arrived in the morning. They camped out in between sessions.
God damn it, now we have to retcon a load of shit. Okay,
Sorry.
fine.
Weakens their poison production, makes them sluggish. So there's perhaps something we can do there. In fact, that might be an interesting thing for the alchemy division to work on. A cold bomb of sorts.
An explosive or a
can-
mist.
Probably a mist, something to spread out inside of the cave system. And perhaps something a little more direct for use against the queen. But I will be tasking Bombadil with the creation of this. And obviously this will heavily rely on you all helping him in the coming days.
Of course.
Very
It would
well.
be good to let the other students become aware of this. That your teams know, that your captains know. Because it looks like we have a bit of a worm hunt to go on. But because of the how you say, real danger this creature poses, and considering we have new students arriving in just a few days, we will wait at least a week before moving on Linville once more. So we'll have plenty of time to prepare. We should be starting up with classes in the next couple of days as well. So,
Right. So necromancer
Thank you all for
and
helping
worms.
me find this. I didn't want to test poisons. That's very uncomfortable. I'm happy I had students here who were willing to take that arrow for me. So thank you there. Now, is there any questions on what we learned here?
Would be like, is it just complete eradication, or would we want to capture juvenile for ourselves for further research?
I think at this point, I would prefer eradication, but if capture is possible for at least one specimen, probably wouldn't hurt to have one around.
Perhaps.
But don't take any unnecessary risks.
Of course.
This means a focus on ranged combat, a focus on bladed weaponry aimed between its plates. Apparently it's very, very toughened against more blunt-based weaponry.
We could also work on potions for weapon coverage. Interesting.
Right.
Freezing. Metal. Metal gets
Oh,
very cold.
right.
Especially like some
I remember
sword,
someone with that.
which is most of it.
That could work, but that is something you would need to deal with Bombardier about.
Of course.
Well, thank you all for this.
Oh, okay.
I believe that will be everything, unless there is further questions.
I mean, if it's Malik in there, right?
No.
If he's not.
Akka was occupied by Nala for big amounts. I wondered if I missed anything important.
We'll have to have a talk with Zuki later anyway, so I can inform him about the situation at hand.
Captain Lumen.
Big worm. Yep, big worms are back.
Where the hell is Mercy?
Were you there for the worm?
Well,
I was there for the aftermath.
I hope you are
No,
not
fine.
just going
It
to
wasn't
leave
good.
precautions here.
we
Going to
are dealing with
dispose
a
of the
dreadworm infestation over here. I'm unsure if you know what those are. I didn't.
So, Alir, if you could lead them to a place to...
It's juvenile, potentially.
Perhaps even in
The
the...
fog
Alright,
has
well, let's
been
go.
identified as
where is
the
the
distilled
nearest one? I
venom
have no
produced
idea.
by
I don't know what they were
the
asking, I'm
Mother,
sorry.
or Queen,
Hello.
as it were.
If we were to put these
objective
somewhere to
Oh, yes.
get rid of
was
them.
to
Right.
test poison, so
Yeah.
we poisoned each
So you
other
need to
to
see
try and
if
work out what it was,
Yes.
Probably.
and of course then used antitoxin to,
Myself.
Wish you luck.
well, solve that solution, see if the
I'll,
symptoms matched.
I suppose I'll go and try and find Zuki then.
Yeah.
I always think there's a trash can there and there isn't.
Good Professor Malik, I don't suppose you've done with the fog. Any interesting findings?
Yes, and it is one
Talking about a juvenile queen or just a queen?
Not really.
A
I'm actually
juvenile
feeling a
hive
little under the weather
and
now.
a queen.
With being poisoned twice and all. I'm sure we have a great plan
Maybe
for something
perhaps
this
somehow don't
serious,
push yourself.
but go on.
Well,
I know, he thanked me for the horrible race and gave me a medal. What do you think happened?
Can I ask you a few questions, actually? Unless you're busy.
No, I'm not. I was gonna look for Solus, but I have a while.
Do you want to join me in looking for red caps while we talk?
Sure.
You wouldn't happen to know where to find any around here, would you?
I saw some outside of the gate. You know, there may be some over in that direction by the docks. Or they
We'll check
may be
there.
on top of the mountain. there's a few different spots we could go.
So there.
Yeah.
Zuko is wishing to gather Lumen or something. So something with Caldwell, I don't know.
Alright. Right now?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
was,
I'll stay here then. I can ask you the
Alright,
questions.
if you can wait like in the courtyard, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll go over here. I was just curious. I was informed that we'll be sent to take care of a necromancer. That is confirmed. I know that you went and you already are aware. You said you didn't speak with the necromancer. Do you know who did?
I think Ivian might have.
Ivian?
He had first contact with the necromancer.
Alright. That'll be a fun conversation. Anyone else?
Perhaps some Aventus. And I don't really know who Alanumbra went with that group. Maybe Angeal?
I see. Alright. I was hoping to gather some information. They weren't exactly clear on what the necromancer was like, and I don't want to go in blind. Never dealt with a necromancer before. Well.
Yes, that would be for the best.
I suppose I will look for red caps later if Ignis really wants to have this conversation now. I appreciate you offering to help me though. One of these days, tell Karas we'll get his potion.
Help.
Yeah, I was initially helping Nora, but it's been busy so far. If I still haven't gotten to it next time I bump into you, I would appreciate the company.
Sure.
And what the fuck does Ignis want?
We found out that the.
Wait, can people not jump up these walls?
We found out that that cave that they all found probably has dreadworms in it, like a hive.
It's a possible infestation. What's a dreadworm?
I heard it killed 3 people here.
It's because the death of the Huntimus.
I'll see what the training
wait, Snake Lost, it has
I'm going to go train. No, it's not.
Wait, we also found some grass over there. It can be used to make an antitoxin for it, so you don't die of the poison.
That killed 3 of our students.
No, we gave it to the people who gave it to the cows. We gave the people to the cows. Wait, no, we gave the pesticide to the people to the cows. Like people give cows.
Oh wait, where'd she go?
We give cows.
From what I know, they're a lot bigger than that.
Okay, I just sounded a bit like you guys had eaten poisonous worms, and I got a bit confused.
I don't think me.
Right now, it does a lot more. Okay, so we're dealing with poison worms.
Well, I found Tel. Tel's going to look in the dorms for the other. It's the pink crystal. Okay.
Do you know what they wanted to talk about?
Who?
Ignis. Zuko.
You got any
Which...
recommendations
No,
for that
I don't know
fire
what it
stuff,
is.
by the way?
I'm really trying to
You
get
just
the
said
whole thing
something
down, but really
personal.
struggling. Anything heat related? I don't know anything I could do. You think?
Alright. This will be a fun conversation.
Now, Ventus is threatening to steal things from me, apparently.
I just wanted to
So,
say that over in the little alcove with the tree in the pond next to the graveyard, on the rock is some sewing supplies and some beads in a wooden circle.
If you can try to keep an
Just
eye
sitting
on Lumen's belongings. If anything goes missing, we can report it.
If you're looking to make it more powerful,
what are they
try
looking for?
focusing
Something?
everything into your hand. I know it's a
I don't know. They're saying if I ever make a trade, then they're gonna take it.
It?
I don't know what that means.
I just saw my whole world disappear for
Yeah.
a second.
And you don't know what they want.
I don't know.
Round. Yes.
I think they're upset with me giving Emma alcohol or something. I don't know.
Alcohol.
Yes, inside.
I see.
Are they doing anything?
Mm-hmm.
Emma's
Did you take something from her when you gave her alcohol?
What does that mean?
She traded me a ring, yes.
That you don't want to say anything
Perhaps that's
that
what
she
they're looking
doesn't
for.
like, or she'll punch you in the face. Or kick.
Thank you,
I don't know.
Ram. Thank you, Ram.
It might be good to ask Ventus then.
Long day. Sorry, long day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, that's out.
Yes. Like, a ring for an expensive bottle of wine is a fine trade.
I suppose. I wonder if it was important, if they want it back that badly.
I guess so, then why would you trade it? Just sounds like a scam to me to get free wine from us.
Wait.
I don't know.
How do you know what Aqua is trying to do the same thing, right? They're trying to get whiskey or something.
Yeah, and I believe they got that back, by the way.
Right. I'm gonna go sit down while we wait.
Sure. I'm gonna hunt Zuko down. Where the fuck?
No sign of an overall Kingsley. I'm gonna check the arena.
Val'll probably be at the arena.
Things I touched the cow and then I touched the tree. I could have given it fungus. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
no good.
concern is,
What I want to
the concern is that the forest went onto the
Looking
cow
for-
and anyone.
Alright. I've luxed.
It's fine. We're supposed to be meeting in the courtyard. Zuko wants to talk. But I'll be there in a moment.
He does like this really weird thing and it makes me super calm.
What weird thing?
I don't fucking know, but I need him.
Do you feel...
She looks fucking decapitated.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, I'm here. Hello.
I was curious on if any of you spoke to the necromancer.
I
know we.
Yeah.
You did.
We fairly.
Did. I would like to ask a few questions about it later, if you don't mind.
Yeah, later.
Yeah,
Sure.
we're just gonna talk to Professor Neller first, and then we can go and talk to you.
Emma, you're gonna hurt your neck.
I just don't want to go in blind.
Then
That's all.
so let it be hurt.
You still do horrible decisions.
She touches your, like, chest area and
Where the hell is Zuko? I can get this conversation out of the way.
It's fine. I came to tell you about. I'm sure our second in command has told you, right?
Zuko wants to have
No.
Zuko wants to have a talk with us. Well,
Yes, and additionally, Professor Caldwell as well should be arriving.
Right. After this, we'll go look for those mushrooms. Get you situated.
Yes,
It
that
seems
would
like
be
the
rather
best we
excellent.
have is just brown rice, some honey, some sugar water. Not too. Not too hard to get.
Wow,
Just
sugar
some mushrooms.
Sorry.
Val's on his way. That is something. He's just finishing off a short, important conversation with Yorl. Otherwise, I have no idea. Have you seen Kingsley?
Last I saw Kingsley,
I just went through that. Right.
was with, in the dorm area when I went looking through my supplies.
It's the other courtyard, isn't it?
Yep. Now we're just waiting on Kingsley, Terrace, and Zuko. Yeah, agreed. There are plenty of things to be doing right now.
I see. So, Octavian's making more of a fool of himself. Great.
Yeah.
I thought he was doing better. Earlier this morning, he pulled me aside, trying to help me work on my physical capabilities, being quite uncharacteristically nice to me.
Perhaps he's just trying to work in his claws.
Very
Is it
true.
because you grabbed his nuts?
Oh my god. Fucking CQ.
I make the tea in the mornings.
Oh, that's fair. Could be that one too.
Cecilia's face.
That's not
Yeah,
what
they're
I
just
meant.
how politicians work. They butter you up and then they ask you for favors, and then when you go and think about it and try to make a reason why you shouldn't, then they go and say, but I've done so much for you already, you can't do something for your friend. And then so on and so on.
Right.
He's my professor, not
Of course,
my
I would
friend.
never do something like that to any of you.
Well, Professor Caldwell's gone missing. And I see no members of Ignis anymore.
He was over by the training grounds. Did you not see him?
My eyes feel rather heavy, Val. I might missee a few things. My apologies.
I saw him enter. I never saw him leave. He might have left to the other
Right.
entrance. I was too busy shooting.
Perhaps he did.
Maybe.
Have you tried asking for Caldwell on the earring? Talk to the other guy.
That is
Or Zuko,
Was it
actually.
Zuko we're waiting
Or
for?
Zuko.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll inform him. Right, how do I use this again?
I'm gonna go already have a
You
look
just
over
touch it
there. Probably
nicely.
not find anything, but it's worth a chance.
Yeah, you just touch it. Usually not.
How long do you think we have before the mission? Because I need to upgrade my gun again.
That is a good
The
question.
Chancellor did
Tell her
mention a
hasn't
few
told us yet.
weeks.
A few
Or
weeks.
not, sorry,
so
not
yeah,
a few
but
weeks, sorry, about a week. Oh my god.
About a week.
A few weeks. Perfect.
No, no.
Right.
A
I'll get
week.
3 barrels. I'll get dropless.
No, not like that week. So just like every other day. So I think it's like, yeah.
I'll just work non-stop. It's
Okay.
fine. I've done it before.
Okay.
As long as
Okay.
you're not hindering yourself for the actual mission.
Does that mean?
Nothing of interest.
Sorry to break, but does that mean 3 episodes?
Currently it's scheduled for 12. That could change, give or take.
Episode 12. Okay, got it. That's a look at day. Check. Okay. The mission's on 12, right? Okay.
Yeah, currently.
Zuko is completely silent over the comms. Out of character,
Okay.
he's not in the channel.
Gotcha.
Oh my god.
He might have fluxed out. Yeah.
Fucking loser.
What a great.
No, you can't just call
what a
someone a
great
loser
idea this
because
was.
they fluxed.
We could go have a look around instead of waiting
Should we just
here.
go to the arena?
We
And
could
then
each
yell
take
at
a
them to get
portal.
Sure, let's just make some
Whenever
use of
you
that day.
wanted us.
We could take it. We could take a
No, he
portal.
just said to meet him somewhere.
We could each take a teleporter and meet back here
Ah.
if we don't find anything.
Let's take a teleport. And if anything of note for the people who are in alchemy, please look out for some red cap mushrooms.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Wow.
Let's get it going.
I
Ignis is now leaving the arena,
Kella?
but Zuko is not there. Caleb the found by Zuko. He's not on comms.
Where's your captain?
But now
He's on the way.
no, okay.
Right.
Are we doing something?
He's not responding to
Saves us
comms
the
at
trouble.
all.
He's not in. I don't think he has his
I
earring.
thought we couldn't blame people for fluxing, and now we can.
I'll be sure to remind
Well, he
you.
didn't flux. He's still
Did
here.
he?
He's
pretty
here.
sure he's
he just does
he's
not have
still
his
here.
earring on.
No.
Yeah, he just took his earring off. Like,
What is the point of these earrings if you don't wear them?
Hello, Winner. Rat.
Hello.
Hello, Solly. Hello, Tel.
Hold on.
Oh.
Oh no, I just realized
Hello,
that you
Lothario.
have like a different shade of yellow.
Is Aqua joining us too for this talk?
Yes.
We're grabbing the rest of our members.
That's good to know.
Sorry.
So apparently there's not a personal request, then there's something else. Okay, well.
I think it's important.
I don't know what the fuck Zuko is wanting. I know he's not even on the course. Great.
Ah, my strength.
He was grabbing
Do you know when he
Oriana.
wants it? Oh, I see.
Hi, Kitty.
Right.
Nothing like that.
No one's gonna.
Oh.
We're just waiting on Oriana.
Yeah, he's
after
fine.
Zuko gets
Your
there.
team leader.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
Tez?
Is he always
He's
like this?
fine.
Because I've seen him fall
You
asleep
wait.
like this many
Yes,
times.
he's always like this.
Twinsies.
All right, cool.
So,
If I aim high enough and I shoot my gun next to his ear, that'll wake him up.
Don't do that, he'll go
Sorry.
down.
Horrible idea.
Did
Sorry,
you
come here.
say something?
Sorry.
We're having a face-off.
Oh, Professor Caldwell.
What was I? Yeah, when did that
Huddle up as well.
Hold on, something
Everybody's
requires my
gathering
attention.
So Oriana has been all day.
Why
Oh,
is
no.
it so hard?
Is Zuko
It's
arriving?
not
or-
formations. We have like 3 days to do
again,
this.
Zuko was grabbing our other teammate, Ariana,
Oh, no, so we have a
so they knew where
week,
they
we have
were,
a
so we
week
went
to
to
do
go
it.
retrieve them.
We don't need to
That's
get
okay.
done so early.
I've got a week, yeah.
If we need weapons, tell me now so I can spare us the time.
Mm-hmm.
Professor.
We're going to need
Do you know
weapons.
why Zuko is gathering us?
Probably.
Unsure if I had to guess. He's probably
I heard
I
Zuko
was
was
just told we
talking
were
to
going
Malik.
over more information.
Jarl.
I'm not even gonna go. I should. I should. Who knows? God. Is it that hard to gather people? Fucking. Say you're gonna be somewhere and be there. In character ranting, by the way. Not being a shit. Bam. Watch how fast I can grab a weapon and come back before Zuko ever even shows his face. We should cross paths like this more often.
So it'd be nice if they came in silver.
Kelly, you sure you're okay?
It'll be fine in a moment after this conversation.
He's always like this. Yeah.
He's.
It's like a normal cat thing.
Did you not drink enough of the antitoxin?
He'll be fine later.
I have Professor Thorfinn here alongside the three
Professor Thorfinn.
teams that are present for the kill
Why does he
team.
sleep so
We
well?
do not have Zuku present,
Where did
team
Caldwell
leader.
go?
and
Zuku, put in your
present
communicator.
the Chancellor and does not have.
What?
Put your
He's shown
earring
up.
on.
Never
Put in your
mind, I
communicator. You can
apologize.
just like tell everybody to
Probably
gather up
where
and then
Oriana
just
is.
not be there to tell them where and what
Well,
not
yeah,
or
but
be
where is
online.
Rihanna?
I think I can. Yeah, he's wearing the
I
earring.
thought
You're
I
not-
saw them over here.
Yeah,
And Davi?
Oh my god.
Pretty certain I saw him wearing the earring this entire time.
He was with Oriana, and they ran off this direction. I thought he
Turn
was
on
going
the
to meet up with
earring.
you guys.
Whatever that meant.
We tried to
Is this going
contact
well?
you and you will not respond.
Yeah, it really is.
Alright, why are we here?
I don't
With
know, I
Avi,
couldn't
wherever
find
the
her.
fuck
She was
they
with
are.
Avi. Yeah.
Someone can fill them in. Why are we here?
Most of us are
Use your
here.
earring,
Everybody is not here.
go
Can be
and
briefed
talk
later.
to the
Come
other
on.
captains and ask them where they are and to locate them and to bring them to the courtyard. Do your job.
Other
Don't
captains
just
and
fucking run off,
staff. and then
Zuku.
can
You need
decide.
to use your
hell.
earring. You have it for a reason.
Where did Kingsley go?
I don't know.
Good question.
Somebody do it. There's 3 of you here.
At least we're only missing one team member.
I've already used that damn thing too many times now, and I've been told to keep it short, and I can't do that right now in this present situation, so he can do it.
Just keep
Fucking
yourself
hell.
stable. Tell
Okay.
we'll fix it later.
She's been having it
Let's
rough.
get this over with.
I have called them. I have not received anything yet.
Okay, why the fuck are we here?
We are discussing
I think it's
plans.
for
There's also some new information that came up that was not told to us. I asked Professor Caldwell myself.
Okay.
Some of us didn't want to kill the witch, but I was one of those people. But I've changed my mind based on the new information that I've received. That being that the witch was chased out of it. Yes.
yeah, we were told that it was a necromancer.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's a
Calls a
necromancer. She does
necromancer,
the
not a
worst kind of
witch.
She practices the worst kind of magic there is, which is
Yes.
using people's souls
Yes, don't
as
downplay it as a
essentially.
witch.
Yeah, it's a terrible practice, and she has
It's a
killed
witch.
before if she practices it.
I know. I
But,
had
okay.
misunderstood a few things. I am fully aware now of what I'm dealing with and what we are all dealing with. So we are going to kill the witch, of course. However,
Necromancer, not a witch.
the necromancer. I personally believe that we should head into the fog first, and only attack the necromancer first if she gets aggressive.
She's a
After-
murderer.
No, soul
Yes,
stealer.
Did you hear
but
the breach?
she's not.
That's worse.
But she's not the one causing
Yes.
the disappearances in the village. So we should probably deal with that
Okay,
first.
so you're suggesting that we
We know
deal
that.
with a
I really
mage
need to talk to Ventus.
last versus a completely unknown scenario in which many of us could be injured and not be at full capability.
Maybe if you wait until he
Afterwards.
finished, he could explain what else was in the cave.
Cool fucking.
Please let him finish.
Oh, fucking shit.
Yeah, it is a bit of a jungled story.
God damn.
There is also a cave that we've been informed has a nest of dreadworms. Now, I don't know how many of you know what dreadworms are, but I know a good bit of people know, because a dreadworm is the reason why there is 3 graves up on top of the hill.
We have more information on that as well.
Riveting speech, Zuko.
If the witch decides to attack us, that means that she's trying to hide something from the mist. And that means that she's probably the cause of whatever is in the mist. After the battle with the necromancer, sorry, I keep saying witch. After the battle with the necromancer, we are going to regroup and decide if we are ready to head into the mist. And same in the case that we head into the mist first, if we are not ready to fight the witch, we are going to either leave it to the professors, which is the best choice in my opinion, or we are going to go away and do it again once everyone is all healed up. That's what I think is the best we could do. People that disagree, go ahead. We're here to talk about stuff.
For the people that were also in alchemy class, for the people that were also at the alchemy lesson with Professor Chancellor Malak, will also know that is a hypothesis of the dreadworms having queen there, and that most of them are juveniles. Apparently they are weak to cold magic, or just cold in general. But we had some ideas for using either some students that have any ice magic, ice affinities, or whatever the likes. Maybe some potions to coat your weapons. Maybe a mist or a bomb.
We are also in the
That's
process
interesting.
of making an antitoxin from awakening level classes.
Also.
Which seemed to have gone decently well.
I would like to add that the mention of a bomb was brought up by the Chancellor, and it does seem to be something that Professor Bombadil will be overseeing, so you can count on that.
He'll be
at
helping us
least.
further on the matter.
Yes.
That's where we use that bomb.
Now, Raum did make a good suggestion earlier, I'll say openly, so Raum, if you want to speak your mind.
Right. Well, if you're talking about a bomb is useful in one's especially strong force, which is just using that in the heart of the nest. But if we are to try and do a more excessive, like long-term force, like at the outside of the cave, I suggest that we have a source that can give a constant flow of freezing mist. For example, a certain brew in a cauldron we set outside of the cave where we guide the mist into the nest. Like smoking
what about
out
one of
rabbits
those,
out of a hole, but then
Could be. Like with bees. Have you smoked bees out with some smoke?
Mm-hmm.
But instead, it's interesting. Like a large...
It would be good
Yeah,
as a
you guys
weakening
are-
state. Makes us get, it would make it easier for us to get in and maybe indeed drop a bomb straight on the queen, the mother.
Even more if it is confirmed that most of them are juveniles.
That would be
That is
preferred,
true.
yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Mind you, while they may be juvenile, their shell is probably still pretty damn hard. From what I've been told,
We've been
at least from what I
informed.
remember,
You know.
We've been informed that their shell is weaker due to them being juvenile. It won't be as well developed. And, of course, because of the cold, they should be slower, giving us time to put it in between the plating. That's the thoughts, at least. Carry on.
well, I just wanted to mention that it is very, very, very good that they are juvenile, and we should probably do our best to strike as soon as we're ready, because if they grow, there's no way that we're going to be able to break through the shell. Go ahead, Raum.
How long does it take for a juvenile to be matured?
I don't think we know. We might want to do more research into these dreadworms, as I'm not very familiar with what they are.
Because
The
if they...
Chancellor shall be giving out notes at the end of the day, I believe, to any student who wishes them. If you can read. If not, get someone to help you.
A bunch of them at the same time, and they're...
On every door.
What does that Zuku say again? You were a little quiet, sorry.
Sorry.
He told me that he's gonna be putting information that is very important about the dreadworms to every dorm room.
Right.
Another thing that I had planned was to, in case of the necromancer becoming aggressive, I personally had an idea that involved you, Hal. That ability.
What in the
of yours-
blazes do you want me to do, Zuko? Go on.
That ability of yours that allows you to disappear momentarily.
Right. What about it?
If she starts getting aggressive, I feel like it'd be a good idea to have you strike, as you are the only person here that I believe is able to almost completely coat themselves while that puts you in a lot of danger, and I am very aware of this, I feel like if we don't want to deal with an army of undead, killing her quickly would be the best option.
If only we had some sort of ranged option for that.
Precisely. Do you really think
But
it's a
give
good
me about
idea to put me
75
straight
meters
for...
and I
My
could
team
hit her.
leader, you're putting on the line there, Zuko.
What if you set a house
Do you
on
really
fire?
think it's a... That too. Do you
If
really
he's on
think
the
it's
edge
a
of a
good
woods,
idea
I
to
don't
put
know if
me
I would want to
straight...
risk that.
That is a good point.
Zuko, next time you
Fuck,
suggest I go
alright.
straight into the face of a dangerous magic
That also
user,
might be something
and I try to deal with them myself while you distract everything else, please realize that this is a threat that is apparently so dire it can strip the soul from someone's body. If you think I'm going to be foolish enough to walk up to someone who can do that just to me, then you are sorely mistaken. Don't ever suggest something so stupid or foolish again to me.
We should try talking to them before we do anything.
Of course.
Have the squads made any contact
Maybe
with her?
they don't know entirely the consequences of what they are doing.
If you are practicing necromancy, you know full well the consequences. It is ripping someone's soul out of their body and putting it somewhere else.
Maybe you should tell
You
her
don't just
that.
do that by accident and then think it's okay.
You don't do that by accident.
You can't perform magic.
I hope you
by
understand that
accident.
many villains don't find themselves to be in the wrong. It doesn't make them any less evil.
Necromancy is not something performed by accident.
No, and the last thing we need are a bunch of sympathizers.
It is
Exactly.
a very... The knowledge of necromancy is so incredibly well hidden that even beginning to learn about it can get you killed. Professor Neller said it himself.
I understand that
Necromancy is a
everyone wants to
purely evil art.
give some a chance.
You can't just do it without knowing. How do you get a soul without knowing?
Necromancy must never be dabbled with. I'll give you that as a warning now.
Yeah.
Gil, as I said, we are going to head to the mist first, and we are not going to engage with the necromancer unless she gets aggressive. If you're so unwilling and it causes trouble, then we are going to let the professor handle her.
I'll kill her.
I know that everybody believes in giving someone a chance first before acting or acting in such a manner, but this isn't the time for that.
Do we have any information of the other squads making contact with her?
Ventus. Yuki spoke with them apparently.
Ventus. They spoke to it?
Yes.
That
I had
was brought
plans
up.
to speak with her later on that matter, actually.
That might be good. You'd catch her by surprise.
She was described
Professor.
as
Tariff, sir.
from what I remember.
Was that not
She
your
presents
squad,
as
or
an insane old lady. That's what I've understood at this
On your
point.
question by
I'm
Megan.
saying using the
was that not your squad? That she
It
was in?
was. I was the one that spoke to her the most.
What was she like?
Tell you the truth, I was a little glad my squad met her, because Angela was in it. She is the perfect example of what happens if you're not careful in your studies of occult magic and how far you go into it. She's very much lost her mind, believes each and every one of those undead to be her child.
People who aren't sane are unpredictable.
Do you believe she'd impede the mission into the cave, sir?
If she spots any of you, she'll definitely try to stop you. Maybe not aggressively, but She cannot want any of us to leave. Just to get the students away took 5 minutes. To get myself away without angering a necromancer who was standing in front of me took another 10. She is very, very clingy. And if she thinks any of you are in danger, do not put it past her to try and grab you and take you away where she thinks she can protect you. Whatever form that protection means.
I mean, it could form as a distraction.
Do you really want to
Distraction to what?
Are
What's
we
the
willing to
distraction?
use someone as bait? I just argued against that very point for myself.
I
If there's no
kind of
other
Using someone as
option.
bait. Unless we can get a few people and we are 100% certain that all of them can take out an extremely powerful occult mage, I doubt that is a good option.
Agreed.
I'm just putting it on the table.
I appreciate it.
I think
Nobody
if I
else
can
is
set him
talk
up,
from
it's
range,
gonna be a
and
good
we don't
idea
have to
in any
deal
shape or
with
form.
their underlings.
So,
What do you think?
Well,
what happens to the undead when she dies? Do they die too, or do they stay?
They will be untethered and will need to be dealt with.
I don't know enough yet.
so, from the report, there was a total of 7 undead. Or 6. One number or
Conversation
the
with
other.
Yuki might help, though.
Now,
We are aware of.
there is, of course, this occult caster, the necromancer, but we have 3 teams with 5 members each here. So, would it not make sense for us to assign a team to handling the undead and 2 teams to the necromancer? We'll see how much of a problem the undead are, and then we still outnumber the necromancer. We need 2 teams that can work well together, and 1 team that's a bastion against the dead, clawing their way towards them, right? That's perhaps a good place to start if we wish to be physical
Indeed.
about things.
I would say the teams with ranged capabilities should be the ones facing off against the necromancer. As having those 2 be able to be backline and facing off against her from a distance without risk of getting themselves injured would be beneficial.
Right.
But that would leave Ignis to deal with the undead.
With the undead.
Which I have no doubts you could do quite well. You are the tankiest among us.
You'll make me blush.
I think
Can agree.
that works. I still do think that it'd be better for us to head into the mist first, however.
If these worms are as dangerous as you claim them to be, I believe it might be more beneficial if we deal with the mage first, take time to heal, and then go after the worm. Worms, plural.
They did say that the mage may try to stop us if we proceed further into the forest.
Exactly.
Seek the cave.
As much as I want
It would be
those worms
unwise
dead,
for us
if
to go
she
after the
causes an
worms and then
issue,
have the necromancer
all we
come
may
in
wait
to
for it right in that
kind of
cave.
pin us.
Man, we be getting go.
Also, I think the necromancers are
We'd be
more
stuck with the
known
worms on
or
one end and the
understand it.
necromancer on the other if we don't.
Bye, Emma.
If it's
I
the
do-
worms
I
I
believe-
think you're on about, then we need to handle them with every precaution. Having a mage, a necromancer on our back is not optional.
So have to be dealt with.
I
We
agree.
deal with the necromancer first.
Professor
Great.
Arcturus, what was the surrounding, since you said you spoke to her the most? What was the surroundings of a hut like? Was it just deep in the forest, or was it a clearing?
She was a little further into the forest. A little bit of clearing, but not a lot. If fire were to start, it would very easily spread.
I mean,
However,
Val,
not too
does
much
your-
verticality, so we could stop a fire if necessary.
Val, does your rifle work already, or is it still a work in progress?
I have already shot 4 shots today.
Ah,
aim is not as good as it used to be, but I'm still pretty
Can
good.
you hit the necromancer? Okay, that's
Well,
what
we
you'll do.
have 3 ranged combatants.
So, did
least
you
that
count
could
how
give us
many
some
undead
cover.
there were?
That better have been
6 that we
important.
could confirm. I'm unsure if she had more hidden away, or if she had more wandering around trying to find more children. It wasn't fully
She
there, so I
thinks you're a
can't confirm.
threat. There's no saying she made more in your leaving. In time before we return.
And is it
Currently,
possible-
she doesn't seem to think too much that we're a threat, but understand. As I told Zuku, she's driven away from Favira. She very much looks at every Faviran as a possible threat.
Ah.
So, we're not too sure how quickly she may flip if I'm there.
Oh, you go first. It's okay.
Oh, I was gesturing them. Just speaking.
Feels
good,
here.
What exactly? I came in late.
I hope it was important.
Taking people are dreadworms.
You ain't kidding then, huh? As well as picking
But
plants
I said I was gesturing those two. You can speak.
Oh, okay. I thought, right. If you have
The Rosewood saved the world.
6, but potentially more undead, and 1 necromancer in a small hut surrounded by relative forest, then you said, was there a way of going around? Because we've got 2 conflicting objectives, what it feels like, and we're trying to argue what's more important. Can we not
The thing that's actually
the
killing
2
us
into
is the most important one.
Can we not
There's a way
consider
to sneak past her, however, there
separating
is an
them
issue.
into 2 operations? It just, I don't know, worries me. If she's really dangerous, is the 3 of our teams going to be enough?
That's why we have professors there with us who...
Yeah.
Of course,
So
the professors...
are likely gonna be with us.
And, if I may say, the professors have been instructed that if we are not capable of killing such a necromancer, then they would do it. When we were asked to take up the mission, as it were. So, if we're not up to the task, which the Chancellor believes we are, then the professors are in place.
We're up to the
Now-
task.
A single mage, no matter how powerful, is weak against large numbers. Especially a mage made of simple flesh and bones. They will fall like any man or woman will. The trick is to not fight them on their terms.
They're just as killable as a regular person.
That is why I suggest ranged.
Maybe we'd have to catch them both as well. Which is
Hmm?
why I just said it. We would have to catch them off guard, which is why I suggested, a distraction. If they're that eager to talk to someone and keep them safe, we could orchestrate, if there's enough ranged, in the surrounding area, lure her out, and deal with her as fast as possible.
Maybe this will
That's a
just
lot of-
torch the hut and drive them out.
But the forest.
I heard a mention of something explosive. How many are we bringing? We know yet?
Those
Undecided.
They have to be made.
I believe they're still in development.
we can get more than one. We can use one on the witch. We can have someone approach, and as the range take fire, set it off. Then we go into the cave, plant one at the source of the nest whenever we get there, and blow that along with the entrance to the cave.
Or is there still the fireworks in the warehouse?
Obviously, there's a lot in the middle, but
Wrong type of explosive, I think we're talking about. We're talking about ice explosives.
Yeah, the explosives were for the worm caves.
It'd be very disorienting.
They're made for the worms.
Everything burns, I know.
I will say, if we're going with this plan of
Understandable, but
someone
there's
up to
forest in the
calm the
surrounding area
states.
with a village near it. Let's not burn them to the ground in the process.
Right.
well, with an ice explosive, that won't be an issue.
Will she be affected by it?
Yes,
Will
I
she
think.
get a frostbite?
Everything
freezes.
Be affected by it.
No, I'm
So you
concerned
didn't
just-
see the dreadworms,
Hold on.
did you?
Go on, Lothario.
Morton. We were able to see a bit of the handiwork. Large bites taken out of a corpse. Strong enough bites to get through the legs. Completely take them off.
I was just thinking, Zuko raised the two plans of which comes first, right? I mean, if we haven't seen them come out of the cave, then the smart option would, I guess, to go with the necromancer first, right? If you're unsure that she could turn on us, then them would make more sense if we haven't seen them come out of the cave. They're not aggressive until 4, correct?
Unless, 20 of us can sneak perfectly past a necromancer and her 6+ undead. I don't think we should have any other goal in mind other than to deal with her first.
No, not very stealthy,
can go.
so...
Have we told them what they're up
Because
Necromancers, Yes. you know. As well as
In
the
detail.
necromancers. Plenty of them have been briefed. I am sure they have discussed exactly what they are dealing with.
So
We've
they
been
are
told that we're going
familiar
after,
with the particulars of how necromancy is performed?
Those that were in my office are roughly, not the exact specifics. They do know in broad
I believe it would
terms
benefit
how-
people
And
to be more
here we
keenly
were
aware.
talking so keenly about preparing them for what they came up against. But I will trust your better judgment.
I believe it would be
Oh,
more
you
beneficial if we know more keenly what we're up against. Because I'm afraid that some of us might not know exactly how evil an act necromancy is, nor what capabilities that entails.
It might be better to
Alright.
push aside this meeting for another day. Give everyone time to learn things.
They don't have that reaction to the word necromancer one typically expects.
No. They really don't.
It's up there with serial baby murderer, you know, that sort of thing.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't even know what it was before the other day, really.
I'd prefer
Well,
a
there
serial
is that.
baby murderer. Any day.
And it would.
Not exactly something I think I would hear out there.
Never really heard
It's
it as a tale. I never
bad.
thought it to be a true thing.
Yes. Alright, I'll give you all a very quick rundown of what a necromancer is and does. A necromancer is a powerful occult practitioner who uses the souls of the dead to raise and inhabit corpses. The process of taking and keeping these souls are not entirely important.
So, stupid question. You know, are the training ground weapons dull by chance? Could we hit somebody's neck and not have it come flying off? Perchance.
It's probably still gonna hurt quite a bit, but it probably shouldn't decapitate anyone. Probably a cut or so, depending on how hard you swing it.
Okay, so no decapitation.
No.
Perfect, okay.
And if that is at our back, trying to attack us, while we're trying to take out the thing that actually matters.
I called on Rao.
Jesus Christ.
What are the conditions for a soul to be extracted? How long does it take? Can it be instantly? Does it go by touch? Does it need to have a ritual? Does the character need to? Does the person need to be dead? I want to know if
Depends very much
there's
on
a
who's
chance of
casting and by what method.
I just want to know if even grabbing them would already be considered lethal.
I would say that if you are facing a necromancer and one of you follows, do not let her get close to you. Do not let her
Your
get
mana
close to your
gate
fallen
at
comrades.
most times is guarded. You're guarding it even now, though you may not be aware of it. It comes as naturally to you as breathing. It's the entity through which, within your composition, you expel mana. I'm sure you've been taught this much. You form it and shape it into spells. But suppose for a moment that gateway becomes unguarded, or someone forcefully breaks in. What if instead of you collecting and expelling, they start collecting from you? This is not unfamiliar to other bodily functions. We are more vulnerable whilst we are asleep. You are more vulnerable once you are unconscious. And the more powerful the warlock, the faster and more of you they can gather to themselves in a shorter amount of time. Much the same way as Miss Bellicosa here is able to collect large quantities of mana into whatever she's deciding to show off with. Is that somewhat clearer?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The important thing you need to know about dealing with the undead themselves is that the soul being used to power their animation is usually held within their head. Sometimes in fancy rocks or crystals, talismans, but there is an anchor of sorts held within their skull that is used to keep the body moving. So headshots are preferable. Attacking the body and limbs may slow an undead down a little bit, but you will not destroy it.
How durable are these undead?
Quite. They're tough buggers.
It is not uncommon for necromancers to practice various embodiment practices to harden their shells, thus to slow the natural decay. And of course, the might of the soul that powers it and the rate that power is is expelled also affects their capabilities. For such reasons, undead intended for battle are typically purpose-made. You'll know when you're facing one. General servants, on the other hand, are tuned for longevity primarily, so as not to spare them the bother. It is an awful trouble having to go out and harvest fresh souls from the innocent.
I thought I was muted for that.
So now you all know what you will be facing. And the crimes this woman has committed to create her little family.
Yes, sir.
Well, since we're aware of the undead threat we must face, and as our primary threat, I might say, considering the severity of necromancy, we should most certainly consider it first. We are aware that we are to deal with this necromancer using ranged capabilities, and to be careful of the undead, and to keep in mind how we kill them as well. They're not humans, as it were. Or, of course, any other race, but regardless, let's get back to talking tactics, shall we? Or would we like to delegate ourselves between our teams and decide what we do best before we reconvene at another time?
I would like to add that I believe the idea for Ignis to take on the undead and Lumen and Aqua to handle the necromancer to be a fair one, since we would be able to take on the most damage and keep them at bay.
Well, I shall leave you to your delegations. If you have a renewed interest in learning to defend yourself against the magical arts, you know where to find me.
Goodbye, sir.
Yeah, as everyone said, the plan for us to go against the undead and you guys to go against the witch seems to work perfectly fine. Mostly because none of us have ranged capabilities other than one spell from me.
That and you all seem to be the most defensively
Tankiest.
capable, the tankiest.
Yes, they have the most shields.
If you are able to at least hold back the undead until we are able to deal with the necromancer, and then we can join you. Again, like the professor said, she is flesh and blood. As much as she has these great and powerful magics, she's still a person. These undead very much are not anymore, and they're going to be much tougher to defeat than just a normal person. A necromancer might be hard to get closed in on if we are going to be aiming for that. But a few decisive blows should do it.
If you could manage to strike her down before getting too close, I think it'd be best.
That would be the best.
Are there any of those who are
I should let you
against
to
the
get on
split
with your
teams?
discussion. If you need me, come find
That's all if you were coming.
me. But you seem to be on the record.
Yeah, Professor.
My concern now is, again, well, the necromancer is, we're going to have to focus on range, and I don't think going in there with an attempts at negotiation or trying to talk to her should be of any interest to us, nor will benefit us in any way. It seems like, at the end of the day, she's going to try and stop us.
I'm gonna try to find out.
We shouldn't even bother.
Then we strike first.
She's gonna try to stop
Surely.
you from
We
approaching
strike
her.
first.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna try to stop us from leaving and going to deal with the worm. Worms.
Yeah.
From the thing that she warned us about and was afraid of.
Exactly.
Why?
She won't want to see us get hurt.
Exactly.
Because then we'll leave and die. And
Yes.
she won't be able to get our bodies to bring us back.
Yep.
So we can move on to the next
So-
topic at hand. Is anybody against this plan?
She left.
Going after the necromancer first, and Ignis taking care of the undead.
Damn it. She knows something. She keeps leaving. I think
As
made the right choice wanting
for
to
the
go.
cave.
Speak with her.
Who all got close enough? Do you know if any of yours got close enough to the cave to see how big it was?
The mouth was fairly vacuous, definitely not going to be incredibly easy to sneak up into. It's sort of a grassy knoll, and then the mouth of the cave. There's not too much shrubbery or anything. It's about like 10-ish meters from the mouth of it, so about the distance from me over to the tree. You'd probably be able to reach the mouth of it from where I was standing, and, well, probably to the bend of the actual tree there is about how tall it was.
Right. Can't guarantee that it doesn't narrow as it goes in, but I believe that if we're going to be talking about dealing with dreadworms, I believe more information is in order about what they are, how they nest. As far as we know, they are weak to cold. It will slow them down. However, knowing their actual mannerisms, knowing their actual, typical nest structure, if this is like any other type of creature, there's going to be a good amount of space for workers near the front, then nest in the back, broodmother in the very back. Going to be mostly defensive.
Is there a certain hierarchy to them?
The Chancellor was going to, inform us later of any more important information on these dreadworms, so we cannot really talk about that until we have more.
That's fair enough. Yes, Lothario?
Potentially, was that the only cave you saw? Or could there be other entrances we need to worry about? Or you not go any further?
Followed the pathway to a pond, followed the proverbial trail. It was mostly just following marks and everything, and then eventually reached the mouth of the cave. It runs along the mountainside. I wasn't aware of any other entrances.
Hey, something important about the dreadworms. Everybody needs to have a way to cover their faces, their eyes, their mouths, so you don't breathe in what they spray out. That's what killed those people.
Perhaps a face covering.
Any sorts
then.
of masks to cover our noses and mouths.
Cover
Something
their
like that is
Filters.
created, but
You can't go in that cave unless you have your face protected.
Good, so... I mean...
Let's
if
put
they
crafting
have a
division
sort of
to it.
potion... If they have a sort of potion, we soak them in antitoxin.
We could also have a
it would
rag
work,
doused
An
in the
antitoxin
antitoxin
won't matter
potion.
if it still makes you
Masks or
suffocate. It
rags
just might not
soaked in
kill you.
Well, no.
masks or rags soaked in antitoxin wrapped around your face will at least diffuse the majority of the poison. It might still affect you, but that will happen over a longer period of it being,
Banditos earlier.
Definitely both. Minimizing anything, any
Is there
form
might-
of it.
Change the order from
Might there be anybody-
to, what is 21? 21 mass. It's enough for each team member, one extra per team.
Is there
Yeah.
is there maybe anybody among us who can move the push the mist away with Ventus or something? Is there a way
I
of
think no.
That's not going to work. And
I
even
don't
if
don't
it
know
think
if
does,
my
this
magic
is
can.
any
take that risk.
air magic. At least that I know of.
I don't
I'm not sure if my
believe
magic
any of us are capable
do
of
that, but we can always test it.
just to make a path, really? If the actual density of the mist is suffocating people, then it's just not breathable air to begin with. Then mask won't do anything apart from making it worse.
It's not suffocated. If it's just.
I just
like,
heard
the-
somebody
the-
mention the poison suffocation, so.
Well, it
It's-
poisons,
They
but
were
that doesn't involve suffocation. It gets
When they
caught in
breathed
your
it
lungs,
in,
soaks
they
into
went
your
into
lungs.
coughing
The
fits and they
actual
were unable
mist
to
was
breathe and they
easy-
started convulsing.
They said
The actual
less
mist of
fuel,
it
less
was
suffocated
trouble.
and poison.
The mist
So we're gonna
itself
need
is
to
it is
not
the
highly
toxin.
Going to be
toxic.
released
is
Oh
going to
my
be a
fucking
mist.
god.
It's not
The
just
mist
So it is
itself was
toxic?
not highly toxic. It was just it makes you
Exactly.
cough. It doesn't it's not going to kill you.
It
It's the
builds
actual
up
poison
over
of the
time.
worms
the mist,
in general.
the
that is
mist
the issue.
won't, but the dreadworms
Two different
poison,
things
I
here,
presume,
people.
if they have it.
Yes, but he's talking about mist. What is
I'm
know.
talking about the
This
this is getting so convoluted.
He's talking about the dreadworms. Ignore the mist. We're dealing with the
The
dreadworms.
mist is non-problematic. It
Okay.
is the
Wow.
dreadworm's poison that we need to be worried
fuck was
about,
that?
because that is something that can actually fucking kill us. If we
Well,
have
we
these
don't need
masks
that
that will
covering
at
our
least
faces.
diffuse. Yes, if we have these masks that can at least diffuse a majority of the poison, though over time that still might be a detriment to us as the rags, you know, lose their potency. So we're going to have to
We've
be
been
quick.
standing here for a long time.
Which is why it'd be better to
Ram?
first immobilize
How do these
them,
worms
maybe,
use their
using
poison?
the explosions.
Do they eject it? Is their bite poisonous?
No, they
It's
spray.
a spray. It's an aerosol.
A sprayed. Okay, that's why. That's where my confusion was coming from.
Yes.
If you have any questions about them, ask them to me directly. I saw it all.
How large are they?
Duly noted.
A couple extra feet on me at full grown.
That is, so I will.
What is that?
They would entirely
Like
depend on the
table,
stage
the
like
bench over there.
Maybe
Honestly,
a
we
little
have no
bigger
idea how
than,
small a juvenile will be, Zuko, unfortunately. These things could be
We
birthed
can
out at
always-
snail size for all we know. But the
Thankfully,
assumption
we're
is
receiving a
I would
dossier of
assume they're at least
information.
half
One
that
at a
high.
time,
I want to
please.
imagine how many that would be if they would be snow size.
Please, go on and continue.
half size or like you, Stella,
Like in length or in height?
in height.
Height.
How long would that be then?
I
They don't
think
go
what
flat.
might be good
They're
if
more
our
at a
teams
curve.
We don't
have a
have
conversation among themselves.
We do
because
not
keep
have
talking over
information
each
about
other.
juvenile dreadworms. The only information we have is on the adult one. Bartash.
Correct. That's what I said.
It is an aerosol poison. Do they have any other attack
This is beginning
or
to feel like
defensive
a waste of
capabilities
time.
other than their poison
I'm
and
going
their
to speak to
hard
Yuki.
exteriors?
What
Do
I
they bite?
remember
Do
was
they,
anyone says
poison in the
nothing
hard
else.
exterior. I didn't personally
catch
see anyone get bit.
Okay.
All I saw was the spray of poison.
Where'd she go? Yuki. Where are you going?
Oh, sorry. I was looking for Emma.
That's why you've been running off then.
Yeah, I was wanting to make sure she was okay.
Do you mind if I join you on your search then? We can walk and talk.
Sure. I'm just gonna check in Ventistorm, and I will come out quickly.
I wonder if that's from the necromancer.
She wasn't in there.
Where are you headed next?
I was thinking maybe over there.
I wanted to pick your brain about the necromancer that everyone's talking about. Everyone seems to delve into what she does and how awful it is, but not necessarily about her, other than that she didn't want to let anybody leave. Is this correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What was she like other than that? Was she aggressive? Was she pushy? Was she nice? How was she?
She was very lonely. She wanted, what she said to me is that she wanted a family and she got it. And I can understand that. And it wasn't her fault for being there. She got told by the mayor to stay out there. And she seemed nice. She didn't seem, like she said, she didn't want to hurt anybody. And they wanted to blame everything on her. And yeah.
She
way in there. It doesn't seem like it.
She doesn't think that what she's doing is wrong.
No, it didn't seem like it.
She refers to the undead apparently as her children. That doesn't sound like someone in their right mind to me, and therefore makes them unpredictable. Unfortunately, necromancy is a threat. And no matter how lonely she is or misunderstood she might be, she's painted a target on her back. And we will have to get rid of her. However...
No,
So she wasn't aggressive?
Just continue. No, she wasn't aggressive. She didn't want. She wanted to stay, but she wasn't aggressive in any way.
How did she...
She just was very sad.
Did she
when we
try to
left.
make you stay in any way?
She tried to make us stay and asked us to be there forever as her family. But we told her no, we couldn't. And yeah.
So she didn't do that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That was something else. I just fell on some rocks and got hurt a little bit, but I'm fine.
And you wouldn't lie to cover for the necromancer, would you?
No. Oh God, no. No, never.
If she were to convince you to stay, what methods do you think she would use? Do you think she would get hostile?
It didn't seem like she wanted to get hostile. It didn't seem like she was hostile at all. She just really, really wanted us to stay.
Do you think she posed a threat to the town?
No, she said she never hurt anybody in the town. She just wanted to be out there feeling the breeze and be free.
She told you that? She never hurt anyone in the town? At all? Never?
No, she said she would never hurt anybody in the town.
Alright. Do you know how many undead she may have had?
She had as many as the many bodies was missing, so I believe it was 6 bodies.
So they were corpses from the village.
Yes, but they were deceased. She didn't kill them or anything.
Did she mention how she got them?
Yeah, she got them as a gift.
A gift. Did she say from who?
Well, she said it was Betsy, and we understood it as it was the mayor that gave her the corpses. Because if she stayed outside of the town, she would be given children.
I see. Did you see her perform any magic while you were there?
No, I didn't.
Is there anything else you think that we might need to know? Anything important? It could be the smallest detail you think of.
It was just that she had a lot of food, but it was very bad food. It wasn't good. She referred to them as children, and she seemed to know, or she seemed to know me, or
You?
that I was familiar anyway. Yeah, I seemed very familiar to her, but it wasn't me. It was another lady that she met that was very nice to her.
Weird. Alright. If you think of anything else, it would be really helpful for you to let me know. And if you're going to lie about your injuries, I suggest you come up with a better excuse than falling on some rocks.
I'm willing to get back in a little bit, if that's okay.
It's fine. Do you know where Lumen went?
Lumen, I think they all...
I'm sorry.
The teleporter.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Yeah.
They were taking, I think, that way back.
Did you see, sir?
I did not.
I'll look in a second. Thank you.
Might be bad timing, but I remember you said you wanted to speak to me. But if it's another,
Alright,
not bad,
let's
not a
go
good
break
time.
some bones.
It's a small request.
Okay.
I need a watering can.
Huh?
Do you have one?
Of course we do. I'm the farming division.
Can I have it?
Yeah? I'm pretty sure no one would notice one of our few watering cans, going missing. You don't mind taking a little shortcut, do you?
With this on my back, I absolutely mind.
Just pass it to me.
No.
What are you taking for?
Apparently someone who doesn't know where their courtyard is.
What?
Where
it's
were
right
you?
Here. What do you mean?
We were all supposed to meet there for mission
Nope.
shenanigans.
No one told us that, or me that.
No one told you at all?
No.
That's irresponsible.
It's more of like we got cut off when you were supposed to relay the message by Nella. And then we split off.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
I guess it is. Why do you need a watering can, by the way?
I have a lot of flowers in my room, Avi. Watering them with a jar of water takes a lot of time. I imagine a watering can would hold more water and speed up the process.
Maybe not, but it makes you water the flowers more delicately. Truth be told, pelting, and even sprinkle, and even watering the flowers a little bit could actually make it more vibrant and flourish.
They already don't get enough sunlight as it is. It'd be nice to see them doing better.
You don't want to push them towards the windowsill?
There are only so many vases I could fit within the light.
Hey, Murtish. Oh. I don't think you would want me to openly admit why you need that watering can.
If it gets you out of trouble, I don't mind.
From who? From you?
Hey,
Are you gonna
Mordred.
need more sugar cane? Hello, greetings.
Hello,
Well,
we need to borrow. I want to borrow a watering can.
I happen to know a couple of people that might have gone to somebody's stretch of land that had a river running through it that had some sugarcane that might have broken a lot of them and might have like sucked on them because I mean they're really sweet and there's a big thing.
Thank you. I promise to bring it back at some point.
All right.
They're really sweet. That's what I'm trying. They're really sweet.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Wait. Okay.
He didn't care?
Yeah. Easy enough.
Sorry.
You're fine. Take your time.
Stop it. Give me a second. I apologize.
Rather formal, don't you think?
Shut up.
So, you need to take this to your dorm, and I'm assuming you're heading to your dorm anyway.
Probably, if that's where the rest of my team has gone.
So, what did I miss, by the way? I got the general basis of it, but...
Just Going over the best possible course of action, I guess. We have two problems on our hands, and we're trying to figure out how to deal with them. Zugu suggested
The worm in the way.
going for the worms first, which seems like a poor idea, considering there would be a necromancer at our back, doing who knows what. Seems to be the consensus. Although I just spoke with Yuki,
Yeah.
who reports that the necromancer never harmed a villager and did not seem hostile at all. A little bit lonely, she said, but that she never hurt any of the villagers, and all of the corpses she had gotten were a gift to her by the mayor. So it sounds as though we have a larger problem on our hands.
So who's the more guilty? The enabler or the doer?
Neither of them are innocent, I suppose.
If that's the case, then motives count and intent.
Indeed. We have two evil parties on our hands. Except one is a necromancer and one is a corrupt power. 3 if you want to count the worms.
No, they're not evil.
No, they're not. But they're a problem nonetheless.
Much like the rats.
Hmm.
Again, I'm not too keen on it, but I understand that they pose a problem for the villagers.
If people continue to go missing, then we have no choice but to act.
Yeah.
Especially in trying to build an ally. Gil seemed rather uninterested in attacking the necromancer. He spoke out quite a few times in the beginning when you weren't there.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
As long as no one recklessly puts themselves in the way when we try to handle the problem, then I don't care. If it turns into us having to attack our own, then why are we even here? Oh, a red cap. I need this.
What do you mean by that?
The red cap?
No. What do you mean by attacking our own kind?
I suppose I just don't want any of us getting injured because of differing opinions. That's all. Thank you.
Hurting each other is the last thing we want to do.
Exactly. We just need to avoid the
what are we
accidents as
willing
well.
But what are we willing to do to avoid hurting each other?
It's a difficult question. Hard to answer without being put in the scenario. That probably depends on who you
couldn't.
ask.
Of course. But I can't answer that right now.
Go on then.
I don't want anyone getting hurt. Anyone.
That is a very obvious answer, Avi.
Is it now?
I think so.
When it comes to making decisions,
Maybe he
that's
lets
Yora's
Amari
job.
speak too much.
No.
She kept talking over everyone.
If it's so obvious, then why is everyone so conflicted?
That's not what I meant. However, we don't have enough information on the necromancer. That's obvious as well. Which is why instead of listening to people go back and forth on it who haven't seen her or spoken to her, I decided to talk to Yuki. I suggest you do the same.
I was at the gate. They already told me enough. That's all I need to know.
Then what has you so convinced? If you don't mind me asking.
Before I answer, I need to know your resolve.
She sounds like a loose cannon. She sounds dangerous to have around. If we can house her elsewhere, away from the village, away from us, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But while she's made an alliance with a higher power, someone who can give her bodies, she's dangerous, and so is he.
Even knowing she's dangerous, that's your resolve. Just place her elsewhere?
Yeah, if we don't have to fight a necromancer, wouldn't that be better? It puts all of us in danger. It's not worth that.
I'm sorry I raised my voice at you.
I don't mind. I'd rather you tell me how you're feeling. I can take a raised voice.
This isn't what we signed up for. This is a line I can't cross. If I can't count on you as an ally, can I at least count that you won't stop me?
Can't count me as an ally. What does that mean?
Find me another time. There's too many people wandering.
Fine. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah.
What does that
Those
mean?
bodies will have to be burned regardless. We can't risk them being.
We should get this information.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excellent.
Hi, Starla.
I have red caps.
Levi.
Oh.
What?
I also found some, but that's very useful. Oh, later. Thank you. How many?
2.
Thank you. I'll go put them upstairs.
Right. It's been decided, I believe, that we should pay a visit to Professor Nella to discuss battling the occult. Or at least to get some more information, as it stands.
I think you wanted to speak to us about something else first.
Well, if he wishes to speak to us about something else, then we're all ears, I suppose, as well. May as well knock out 2 birds with 1 stone.
Let me put this away.
Just wait for Unora.
Would I need my staff for this, or could I leave it here?
We may as well.
It's probably plastic or metal. It didn't do any damage.
Never know what these things
I need to change time.
I do hope this doesn't get
Locks.
There we go. Right. Well, the show will be off then.
Right.
Yes.
What does that mean? Not an ally. And stop him from what? It doesn't sit right with me.
Aqua is still meeting with him, but in any case, he wanted us to go to his office.
Well, if he insisted we talk to him.
Makes me feel ill.
Okay. Taylor, I know this is the 3rd time I have been in here, but you know the bread that the witch gave us?
Yes.
Yeah, I made a sandwich with it.
Okay.
Am I going to get food poisoning from that, or like it's just moldy ass bread?
It was incredibly rotten. And I don't know when it was made, so it's probably not going to sit right in your stomach. You're probably going to feel pretty sick.
I see.
Great, thank you.
No problem.
Oh no, we were merely discussing.
I was temporarily discussing.
I was quite busy. I was doing something.
Right. We all were.
Well, now, I suppose. Oh, hey, Rosa.
Professor, will you be present within, I don't know, let's say half an hour or so? We've got a team meeting with Professor Nella.
Yes.
Of
course.
All right. Thank you.
Some of the majority of the speakers.
Professor
probably should have
Mudrik,
not.
I don't believe we got to finish speaking upon the assignment, but I
Right.
suppose we can kind of wait.
I'll
since
go inside and
Mhm.
speak to
everything regarding the
Oriana.
missions.
Meet me in there, and we'll have a chat.
We might need to keep an
By
eye on
where?
Zuko. He's had a repeated history about caring too much about the enemy.
Find me.
I gave him a good speaking regarding some other actions. Perhaps he'll think a bit more now. Besides, he'll learn the hard way someday if he doesn't.
Considering his past, you would think you would, but I guess not.
I'm not gonna monologue because it'd be the same thing over and over again.
break
Soiler's just
one's
really
nature.
not sure what to think of what Avi said, and it's going to bug her.
It might be a bit of an ask. It does take quite a while to learn some magic, especially fire. It depends what it is you have in mind.
Something long range if need be, or to just generate fire over my
let him in brief glances.
Do you guys not know where his office is?
No.
It's one I'm not aware of. The only one.
Fire magic, occult magic. Before.
Do you know where his office
No,
is,
ma'am,
Rhonda?
but I'm always
I've
willing
never
to
been.
learn, and I
I haven't been there in a while.
will try to learn very quickly, even if it takes me all day, just to try.
Which bread?
Bread?
It's
Bread
likely
given to you
downstairs.
by a
I'll
witch.
try to look as well.
I have no idea what bread you're talking about.
My
I think
room
it
is
would
over
be
there.
upstairs.
I don't know
Caleb
about
is
any
looking for
professors.
Apparently, they've gone out.
It's downstairs.
He says that you
I-
have this bread.
You hear him downstairs.
Given to you by a necromancer.
Oh, great.
I don't think there's any up
I'll
here.
go look for Caleb.
Besides,
He was
running around
don't-
the place, worried sick that you were about to be poisoned.
Yet there they are running around, so. If only we had some way of knowing, some sort of map. I should just memorize it, really. I do apologize.
Wrong way.
Is it not on the
None
first
of us
floor?
know.
Downstairs.
First
I
floor.
think it's the
One
first
place
floor
we
in the
can
back corner.
This one was the third floor. I remember seeing it up here.
I think
Oh,
it's just
well,
the
I needed a run.
Oh, God, there's no way.
Yeah, you don't want to go down that way.
You almost fell quite a distance. That would have hurt.
Great.
That would have hurt a lot. Those are stairs and a wall.
Someone should put a railing there.
Yeah, someone should.
Which bread? I don't know. You don't. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Good. So, if Eco turns up sick in the apothecary later with some mysterious disease or poison, you won't regret telling me that.
I will make sure he does not eat any bread from the witch, sir.
So there was some bread from the witch.
I overheard you say something about witch bread.
I see. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Ah, Lumen, I'm glad to see you. On your way, then. Do look after him.
Yes, sir.
Ah, well, one thing after another. I don't suppose any of you were on the venture, were you?
No.
No, sir.
Professor, we are assigned to the kill team.
I see. And have you been seen Yiko with any bread at all? Though I doubt it's going to be much of a problem.
The only witch's bread he had was from this morning, which he threw away.
Good. Then Caleb's fears are unfounded.
Right. Let's go along to my office then. We have an important discussion there.
Well, do line up or
Thank you.
gather round. Matters not for this conversation. I've been gathering each of the teams to embark on a little bit of a new tangent. A new exercise, so to speak. I have made no secret in the past that I am very new to teaching in general, and my last foray into expectations of yourself as how shall we say, soldiers was ill-fated at best. Tell Karas I understand that following a quick coup, you are now the leader of Team Lumen. Is that correct?
Upon the decision of my team members, yes, I have been instated as team leader of Lumen.
Good. I am very glad. Well, Telkaraz, you find yourself at the head of a military unit of sorts, a squad, so to speak. Do tell me, what position does Sorelia have in this little group of yours?
Sorelia has the... well, to consider us all, Sorelia is equal in rank to Honora, Kingsley, and Val. However, as a team member, she serves as first line as defense. She is a defensive-focused student and will be used in such cases. She is perhaps one of the stronger members of our team when it comes to physical
What are
strength.
Sorelia's hopes and dreams?
Sorelia's hopes and dreams?
In 10 years' time. What's the end goal?
Oh shit.
I'm afraid we haven't discussed this matter. However,
How do you intend to lead her, if you are not able to move her towards her ideal self? Do you intend to force your will upon her, or perhaps hope that she simply conforms to the needs of the team at any given time? You've not given any thought to what Sorelia wants.
no, I have sat and discussed with each and every member of this team our current position, and quite frankly, it has taken some time to get us to the point where we are now, where we are able to sit downstairs and discuss among ourselves recent events. Up until very, very recently, Professor, Team Lumen did not interact in the slightest. Now we are starting to form bonds and learn about each other,
Why
as it
did
were.
you not interact with each other in the slightest?
Well, I believe all of those faults lie with us individually, Professor. With myself, it was my fear of my race. With... well, Stella did try, but admittedly, we all were presumptuous of her position and her way of acting. And additionally, myself and Sorelia did not get along initially. And, well, perhaps we still don't now. I'm completely unaware of where we stand entirely, but I do consider her a friend personally.
Then this is most interesting indeed, and fortuitous that we're having this conversation.
Yes.
Val, what position does he have in your little assembly? What does Val want to do? Who does Val want to be?
Well,
Shit.
as it stands, Val serves as our military advisor. He has the most experience with acting in a unit and gives very good counsel on military tactics and our formations as a team.
In the battlefield when he's not advising you?
In the battlefield, when he's not advising me, we are discussing our formations, and currently it falls down to either myself or to Cecilia to fill that role. As a commander, I command the team in different ways outside of military action.
I see.
But I
This is
will
very
also
vague,
do that.
Tal. It has to be said. Could you do any better for Honora or Cecilia? Or even Kingsley? Who do they want to be? What roles do they fill?
Who do they want to be? What roles do they want to fill?
Keep it together, Tell. It's okay.
Kingsley wishes to serve as the shield of this team and to reconnect with their people. That is a personal goal of theirs I am aware of. In terms of their role, they fill a defensive position, much like Sorelia at our front line. Anura.
These are very humble goals for the saviors of our world, wouldn't you say?
Perhaps, Professor, if we all
Cecilia,
aspire to be heroes...
how many husbands do you want?
One.
Just the one. And how big a castle?
Well, the largest.
Many kids.
Of course.
What sort of Latin powers would you like to have wielded? What titles, perhaps, would you earn?
Aside from Queen? Not
Well,
sure.
when you're having those little fantasies we all have in our head of you swinging swords or casting spells, what are you doing? What's the ideal Cecilia look like?
Ruling over a unified A6.
The future ruler of A6. Now that's some ambition. Interesting. You. I'm afraid I didn't quite get your name.
Anura Araphe, sir.
Anura. What goals and ambitions do you have?
Currently, I would like to figure out what the rifts are. I would like to become a very well-versed scholar, sir.
A very well-versed and celebrated scholar, indeed. Interesting. Do you know anything about Tell, or what he wants? I believe that's answer enough.
About some personal issues.
When is Lumen, in a military operation, no longer at operational capacity?
When we're dead.
We're no longer at operational capacity when we can no longer function as a unit, correct? So,
Where does that
if
happen?
when there is a lack of communication.
You'll wait until there's a lack of communication to sound the call for retreat and alarm. Do you see the problem there,
No.
Tell? These people's lives are in your hands. You need to know when the plan is to retreat, and so do they. Sorrelier here is your defensive frontman. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happens
Professor.
when Sorrelier is injured? Do you know? Do you have a
When?
plan? Do you know what happens if Sorrelier gets injured?
We rotate to Kingsley.
Rotate to Kingsley. So that's a good plan. Tell, why couldn't you answer that?
You never gave me enough time to answer, Professor.
You should know. I am not a rift beast attacking you. If you thought I didn't give you enough time.
He's good. He's real
I
good.
believe I've made my point. It is important to have aspirations and goals. All of you are here to do nothing less than save the world. Such thing is achieved by remarkable people. Remarkable driven people. In remarkable driven teams. Tell. You need to know what they want. I need to know what they want. And you need to be able to tell me. For me and the rest of the teaching staff to be able to support you. I want to hold each and every one of you to account for being who you want to be. I want to be able to chart a course for the greatest scholar of our time, or the future ruler of A6. If they do not wish to be soldiers, if they are to be something greater, if they are to be saviors of sorts, we need to be open and honest about our opinions. Next time I speak to your team, I want you to loudly tell me who you are. A second introduction, as you will, not as you want to be now, or I just want to be stronger, or I want to be supportive, or anything like that. You need to be the best. And you need to be able to tell me that you want to be the best, so we can get working on that forthwith. Because once you know what everybody wants to be, that's when we can start formulating solid tactics and plans, and know how to interact with each other. That's when we can have true conversations and cohesion. You have told me that at this moment in time, today, or even in the days prior to this, you had struggled to have anything so much as a conversation. Well, comrades do not necessarily need to be friends. But, unless you are honest and open about what it is you want, others are not able to engineer and appease your desires so that you may have a mutually beneficial relationship. This is the very fundament of politics. There are people the world over who do not like each other, but yet still manage to cooperate because they are honest and open about their desires. And through time, through thousands, perhaps millions, of transactions of mutual benefit, sometimes the spark of friendship, of alliances, of nations is founded. We must be honest about what we want. Have you ever thought about what it is you're being asked to do? How old are you, Anura?
20, sir.
20. Cecilia?
20.
Val?
19.
Well, there we go. I dare say you've not had a very good showing of the world compared to many. Things have been going pretty pear-shaped as long as you've been alive, more or less. Certainly thinking. I dare say the likes of Acteris and Bombadil have seen far more pleasant things than you, but far worse things equally. I ask you this because it may help shape your opinions. Would any of you venture to tell me the difference between a tyrant and a savior?
Public opinion.
Any other answers?
I think she's pretty on point.
What was that?
I think she's pretty on point. Sorry.
From what I understand,
I see.
I do believe it is.
And?
I believe that a tyrant is a man who achieves what he wants through power and for himself, and a savior is someone who is considered at the very least by others to have done it for those around them, and may also be themselves in that situation.
Interesting. Another room full of cynical worldviews. So you don't believe there's anything such as a true savior, then? But no one gets out unscathed. Saving the world is an interesting task to put to one such as yourselves. Because it's not a very nice place, is it? Are you interested in saving the world truly? or the bits of it that you like?
It's not even that. I don't
It's an
think.
important question to be able to answer. It may formulate your opinions somewhat. Let's talk about the Rat Men. The Beast Clan that were beneath the castle. It is my belief that they were trapped here, more or less, by the erection of the barrier and forced into, how shall we say, aggression out of need born from lack of foodstuffs. They were denied their hunting grounds. When the people of Rosewood wiped them out, was that heroic?
It was not.
Was there a point, perhaps, that you could have stopped? That the school could have gone, this is likely enough for now. Was there a point for some of the students that it became vengeance?
No, we were merely dealing with an infestation, as it were described, and to clear an infestation, you must wipe it out. If a single one was left alive, then there could be many more lying around, as it were.
Indeed. Interesting. Do the goals of the school matter to the Rat Men?
They do not, surely.
Do they matter to you?
But they do affect them.
Does it change
the goals
way
of the
that you
Rat
think about what happened?
No. Whether the Rat Men be kind or able to speak to us, whatever it may be, whatever their aspirations were, we were given a task which we concluded. That is all that matters, that we followed orders, correct?
I disagree.
My personal feelings on the matter of...
I'm asking you what you think, too.
Personally, at the time I saw the rats as a potential danger to myself. I do not mean them coming out or attacking. I mean I myself heading in to battle them. I saw them as a threat to my own life, and I saw that situation as something I found myself shaking and scared to be in. Yet I still approached it and managed. And now, my view of such creatures lies in the trust of my team and our purpose here. I'm at this academy of my own will, and I will see it through. However, I must follow the academy's whims to do that, so I shall, without fault.
Do you recognize that that was hard, Sorrel? Given what he is.
It could have been hard for anyone, sir.
Interesting. Very well. In the coming days and months, I will be teaching you defensive magics, as well as acting as a guide in various principles of military operations, combat, ice and wind magic, scrying, that sort of thing. Between myself and the rest of the staff, we wish to raise the finest group the world has ever seen. A ridiculous goal that requires ridiculous ambition. And I want to see it and hold you to it. So, Lumen, go away. Decide who you want to be. Be open and honest about it with each other, so that then you can move forward as a unit, and we your teachers. Do you think that you all can introduce yourselves to me? Again. Next time that we meet in this room.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You don't sound sure, Sorrel.
It is a difficult question to answer.
It is. So I encourage you to be earnest with it. Ask what you want, then ask why you want what you want. And after you've done that a few times, then we'll have something to drive you. Do you understand the value of this task?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
Good. In that case, I will wish you a very pleasant rest of your evening. I understand there is much work to be done and many risks more to be taken. You are dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Professor
good night,
Mellon,
sir.
can I speak with you for a moment?
Of course.
Recently, I've been studying different forms of
Mindset.
Well,
Indeed.
I'm looking for
Val is discussing something, so I suppose we'll wait for him, shall we?
and doubling as defense.
I see.
I'll be back in a moment.
Magical repertoire so
Of course.
far? Have you been caught so far? Had a lot of nightmares. You're not gonna accept that.
Matters regarding to information and spreading of it in this academy.
Oh shit, I can't see myself. That's annoying. Can't believe my fucking tracker died.
Well. Right. Well, we'll be reconvening back in the dorm to discuss such matters. I will inform Professor Lupe that my mind is too clouded to focus on my studies, and I must admittedly deal with pressing matters, as it would appear. So.
Very well then.
All right.
I'll be returning to the dorm and I will await you all there.
Very well.
Hey.
Hello,
friendly
Matesh.
tonight? Hi. Everything alright?
Fine, just important
Yeah, I can imagine.
yes, from myself. I'm not a military radar. Alright. You take care.
Was he? Jeez, yeah.
Is there a reason that our arms are in the air? Is this an exercise of sorts?
It is, yeah. We've been doing it for a little
Yes,
bit.
Professor. About that, Professor? It's to strengthen our arms so we can carry our weapons.
Are you alright?
Oh, I'm fine, Professor. Professor Lupe, I regret to inform you that I have pressing matters to attend.
You did. I asked you. Thanks for your sake.
Don't know if I was truthful.
You mentioned your history as well. If you're not being truthful, then I can only go off of what I've been told.
Exactly. Though it was quite a while ago. I wasn't very...
It was. Yes. I can see why you would be, yes, a bit nervous having, someone random on your first, or I guess second day being here, yeah. I wasn't entirely around for the first day.
Oh, here they come now.
Right. Well, let's get down to this then, immediately, and discuss this matter that was just said. I'm aware I've just received the grueling of my life from Professor Nella, and quite frankly, I could argue all I want about saying it isn't deserved, but that doesn't matter because his points still stand, don't they? No matter if I've been in captaincy of this team for a whole 2 days. And he does not understand any of us either, clearly. I've never met the man in my life, and already I hold a great deal of disdain for a man who decides to gruel in that way, but I see his point. So, let's get to it. Individually, we've spoken about what we want or who we are, and we've started to open up to each other. Professor Nella wants us to clearly accelerate this. So, I offer 2 solutions. Either we try to organically do this over some nice drinks and nothing alcoholic, it inhibits you after all. We instead make some tea or whatever else you prefer, whether that's pomegranate juice or, well, whatever. And we discuss and we open up about every detail about what we want. Or we gruel each other in the way of a military unit. Whatever you find most comfortable, whether that's individually or as a consensus.
Some tea does sound.
speaking of, well, it would only be appropriate to go through you for it. But Amari has been harassing me about, what do you say? No, sorry, it wasn't Amari, it wasn't Amari, no, it was,
No, please bring it up.
I can't think of it now.
If it's regarding the bottle, that's already been dealt with. It's no longer in my collection. Oh.
No.
I understand what you mean.
Not that.
Never mind. It's
No,
regarding a certain object.
The wine for the ring. Yeah, yes. They're claiming that there isn't a fair trade, and that they're going. If I make another trade with anyone, they're going to steal my things. Something.
Well, as far as I knew, you actually.
Emma.
It was.
Emma wasn't the one who made the accusation. I don't remember her name at the current moment.
Talia, I think.
The trade was.
Talia, there we go. Yes.
That's why I assumed the bottle you mentioned Aqua, right? She did, yes. I will be open and say that I gave her permission to take it into her own hands, and that it is not of my concern, and it is between you and her. After all, I thought you actually had the ring, Cecilia. I do apologize if it somehow fell into my hoard, but I believed you were the one who took it.
So you're going to allow her to come in here and steal things from our team? Because she believes that that is the right thing to do?
No,
Can she pick a lock?
I am not allowing that individual to steal things from our team. What I am allowing them to do is to try and persuade you to give it to them. To return it, as it were. It is a personal matter and nothing to do with the teams, is it? If it becomes a team matter, then it's something else. Would you say it's a team matter?
No.
Then, if that is the case, then it is your issue to solve, Cecilia. I am happy to argue as long as you want about why that ring was a fair trade for a bottle of wine, but we both know where that will end up. There's nothing I can do, or our team can do, without escalating this conflict into something more major. If you wish to hold that ring and hold the power that comes with it and status, whatever that may be to you, then you're free to hold it. But as your captain, I will not act as if that ring is part of our team's property. It is yours, if it is a personal matter.
Very well. I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Should you wish to make it a team matter, please say it once, or when you decide. And we'll discuss what happens then, as a team, to handle such an issue. Right. Any thoughts on tea, grueling it out of each other?
Knock, knock.
Hmm?
Sorry.
Knock.
Yeah.
I got
I'll get it. Oh, go on then, Val.
Who is it?
Hi. If it's not too much of a bother, would your captain be able to call Ural back to the Aquadome?
Of course.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Can you use your earring to tell Yoral to come back to the Aquadome? They are apparently looking for
Of course. Was it a member of their team asking, or?
Yes. It was Lothariel.
Lothariel,
Just
very
said
well.
Yoral to Aquadome or something.
Will do.
Val,
They
I've been
wanted to
meaning to
keep it
ask,
short.
the bruises on your arms, is that bruises or suits?
Ah. I'm afraid Yoral does not seem to be connected over the
What happened?
communicator.
This is from my fight with...
Well,
I believe Sorlair. I'll let them
I'm sure he'll find his way there.
Good to know that the man bruises.
Never mind. They are gone.
Right.
Great.
I'll figure it out.
I'm not nearly drunk enough to talk about all this. Give me a second.
Okay.
I did advise against alcohol, but if he needs it, very well.
I could make some TV.
Tea would be great. Perhaps that stamina potion was a bad idea. But then again, I would have made more of a fool of myself in front of Nella if I didn't take it.
We wouldn't have talked to Nella if you didn't
You
take
don't
it.
think he'll question? Yeah.
Well,
Why am I here? I know why I'm here. I don't have any real
it does not
goals.
matter. At least we have something to discuss personally, right? We're all going to be great friends. I mean, I was considering you all to be developing that way. Anyways, I'm rambling. Sorry.
Let's move over to the table.
The table would be good.
It'd be rude of having Anna read it.
Unless you'd like to sit here, Val. Make your case.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They were from Aqua Team. I need to talk to Aqua Team. I will be right back.
All right.
We sitting on the table?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yep.
Great. I guess I'll take the central seat.
You okay?
Right. That is definitely needed.
Would you mind handing it over?
Of course.
It's a little far away.
So, Aurelia, I can see there's a lot on your mind. It's clear as day. I am not asking for you to speak up straight away. Talk about your wants or desires, if you are aware of what they are. I am merely asking that you listen to those of us who do wish to discuss it, and that you will attempt to do so in the future if you wish.
Of course.
You previously mentioned that, well, when you came here, you didn't really have a goal in mind, but as time went on, your goals aligned with the academy, yes, and cleansing the world of the rest and the beast. That's numerate them. Does that still stand? Or has it evolved into something different?
I suppose that's still the case. Though it's less to save the world or make it a better place and more to prove a point to my tribe back home. More selfish than probably most people here.
Oh no, I think if anything, everyone's selfish here is what we've got to learn about each other.
I know, I'm very
But that's
selfish.
There's nothing wrong with being selfish. If one
There
doesn't
isn't.
care about oneself, then there's a problem.
Right. Well, if we wish to start talking about goals and aspirations... That wasn't a knock, was it? That was just a...
No, it was not a knock. Don't worry. I'm listening.
Right. I thought we were just going to be interrupted again. My God. Well, we're going to talk about our goals and aspirations. Our personal ones, and not interest with the Academy, then anyone who can easily get it off of their chest should just say it now. I mean, you said it somewhat, Cecilia, regarding your kingdom you wish to have and rule over.
Yeah. I have asked all of them previously, and the only one I haven't really spoken to about it was you. As far as I can tell, it was mostly about their wish to be in line with the Academy, but...
Right.
Also knowing that you hid a few things for myself, then I would like to hear what any personal desires you have.
Of course. Well, I'd like to start by saying that I'm well aware of Anora's wish to be a scholar, among other things, but I do not know our position on sharing information with the professors of this academy. From my considerations previously, Stella, you did not trust certain individuals within this academy. Would you say Professor Neller is a man who can be trusted with information? Such personal information about ourselves.
Breathe.
Very well.
Keep it together.
Then I'll take you at your word.
You were solid.
Does anyone disagree with that?
Concerned that I told them about what you want.
I wasn't listening.
Incorrect. He mentioned it
know what was
himself when I
said.
spoke with him.
Yes. There are several professors who have noticed. Some who care more than others. But, regardless, your primary want then is power and status, right? To put it short. Power and status.
As I
Okay.
said before, if we cannot unite the world, then we're going to end up like Palvindor, who is just grasping at waiting for other company or other countries to fall and then take over.
Good. You're fine.
If I have to be the
Anura.
one to do that, then I will.
I see. Honora, your primary want, from what I have been able to ascertain, is knowledge
Very so.
and curiosity. Satiating that, as it were. Right?
If there is a satiation.
Well, perhaps a unending search for information may prove to be quite the journey for you, regardless, and an enjoyable one. Now, Val and Sorelia, I do not know a thing when it comes to this. So, outside of what Cecilia's Stella, always difficult. No, you are Cecilia in this room. Whatever Cecilia has said regarding you, Sorelia, your interests aligning with the Academy, I believe, are not of interest to Professor Neller. He seeks a more deep, personal answer. You mentioned about your tribe. Perhaps that would be something to build on with your thoughts, to learn of your past, your history, their view on you. Then we can ascertain what you want from that.
I don't think he will be satisfied with an answer that you give him. I already know their view on me. It is a pointless goal.
Yet it's a goal nonetheless. Part of my recent aspirations involve changing individuals' opinions on my race. That's a recent development, but you might say a hopeless one, considering the amount of people that live on the lands that surround this globe, as it were. Is my idea being hopeless still... my one dream being hopeless still something I should pursue? In your words, it's not. Could you say that to me? It's not something I should pursue?
No.
Then I can say the same to you.
Himself has said that. Professor himself said that if we're trying to accomplish this extraordinary goal, saving the world, then we need to have extraordinary goals ourselves.
Some extraordinary ambitions.
Yeah. If we don't have the mindset to accomplish the impossible, we're not going to be able to do this.
I suppose you're right.
Well, you have time to think. Val, I know you're a man of many talents, but I don't know anything about your personal life. Perhaps the people you served with. Anything of that sort. So, time to open up over that bottle you've got.
Well, what do you want to know?
Do you take pride in killing as a start?
There's no reason to take a life.
Then why do you do it?
Because
Do you really
sometimes
think
it's
that's an
necessary.
appropriate question to ask?
It's an appropriate question because it gets down to the core of who this man is. It is not pleasant, but it's something that needs to be done. He's a man who served. He's surely had to have put that into use, and if he hasn't, then I need to know his thoughts on it. We're expected to deal with all manner of threats here. We're going to kill a monster soon, but some people view that monster as a, well, person. It's important to understand why that individual might see them as that. Val absolutely does not. But to just say Zuko sees that necromancer as a person and not know the exact reasons behind it is against the point of what Nella wants us to understand with each other. A personal fundamental understanding and aspirations and goals that come from that. Even if they are dirty. Oh, Val, I reiterate.
Damn it.
You take no
Try not to
pride,
cry.
you do not see a reason in it. Would you if ordered?
I've killed 27 people. Some of them were soldiers. Some of them were farmers. It didn't matter because I was ordered. Is that an answer enough?
Are you saying it? It is. But do you feel guilt? It seems that way.
If you killed an innocent person, wouldn't you?
Of course, some minds protect from it and others, well, they try their best too. But I'll admit I've driven my blade through a man. Unsure if he's dead, but I never gave it a further thought because I did what I needed to. Yet I still speak about it every day, so it still hangs with me. Perhaps that is guilt, I am unsure. Yet, since you remember each of those men or women, why here? Why the academy? Why the rifts? Do you wish to stop people from dying? Is that all it is? Or do you have a reason to want to stop that? Do you want to atone for what you've done?
Ironically, it has nothing to do with being a soldier. Previously, I was under the tutelage of both my parents, and I wish to further that tutelage. However, Alvindor's goals are slightly different.
Allow me to Alright.
Hey Nora, I was wondering if Sorley is still around.
She is. We're having a little conversation. I could ask if she's available.
Yeah, that would be good. Just...
Sorla? Avi, yeah, asks for you.
I'll be back in a moment.
Very well. You were saying that.
You busy right now?
Yeah. How long will you be around?
Probably not long. I might actually. Hey, another day, okay?
Quite literally everything.
Yeah.
You okay, by the way?
Alchemy, weapons,
Mhm.
armor,
Hmm.
transportation.
Alright. I'll hold you to that.
Yeah. Another time.
Yeah. Just other things happened. I'm sure you're busy with your team.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't keep you long. See you earlier. Have a good night.
You're here to learn or receive the power to drive that change, right?
Can't change the world if it's destroyed.
Say it back.
Very well. So you're seeing it as a means to an end to achieve your goal. It's merely a stepping stone.
Correct.
Once the
Ironically,
world is saved, you
saving
can
the
change
world
whatever you
is a stepping stone to my goal. It sounds a lot crazier when I say it out loud.
It is rather crazy, I'll admit, but... Oh, come on, it is very crazy, but there's nothing bad with it.
That's not crazy at all,
good.
considering the time. We're all on the clock, yes. We have servers.
Precisely,
Pretty sure
right.
it's an answer that the professor would be pleased with.
I'm curious because I did see that news article on someone making some sort of steam locomotive. I do want to try and make something like that.
Well, perhaps worth some research into then. Thank you, that's quite insightful.
Now.
Well, that's 3 of us. It leaves myself and Sorelia. Any sudden thoughts, or...?
I thought you said that yours was to change people's opinion on your race, Tom. Or is that
That's a minor part. That's a small, inconsequential thought of what I want.
Right.
To be honest, my wants are quite base. I merely seek survival for the longest time, but I've had discussions with others here, and you have not been privy to them, admittedly, due to your presence. I am currently suffering from a major problem, it would appear, that seems to trouble me very heavily so. Akin to your own somewhat, I suppose. And I first look for a solution to that. But past that, I have a burning curiosity to learn how on earth I woke up on Drozen Sands with just a weapon in my hand and some rags, but with no recollection of what came before. Yet every single experience I have had built, or, well, every single experience I have felt coming here, and everything I've done here has led me to have a very different outlook to what I believed the entirety of all of existence seemed to view me as, which was a threat to society. Or something that was better off dead. So, outside of finding a reason, outside of survival to keep really going, I have decided that myself, Telkaraz, would love to be sung about in the greatest ballad any bard has ever sung across every single continent, all 5 of those political kingdoms that you mentioned. I want to be the name on every bard's lips. Every person going into a tavern will never stop hearing about the great acts that I did, or the depraved ones I did. I don't care, as long as I am remembered, because there is nothing worse than forgetting what came before. And when I do, and I mean do, find out what came before, I hope the story I create now will be much more interesting. Those are my aspirations, and they are incredibly selfish, and might I say flamboyant.
And quite fitting.
Well, I do wear my nature openly now.
Very much. We'll do our best to help you achieve that then.
Of course.
Mhm.
And I'm sure as a ruler of a vast kingdom, the most powerful kingdom, you'll be able to give quite some good word to my name.
That is correct, yeah.
Well, we have a common interest then and go. Fantastic. I can help you with yours and you'll help me with mine. Of course, I want to help everyone else as well. In fact, you're talking about making change out of everything, so how does that work for me? Great inventors can make bards sound better, right? I don't know. Merely just to stray forward. The point is we're meant to be selfish here. So let's talk about how we can help each other, right? But first,
Go on.
Sorelia.
I don't have anything very grand. And I don't really know how to word exactly what I'm after.
This isn't about one-upping each other at all, so do not worry.
No.
All we care about is what you want, personally.
It's pretty simple.
It doesn't
really.
matter if it's to any of our detriments or anything. Just tell us.
Simple doesn't mean bad.
A lot of people lost things. I'm not alone in that, I know. But I lost everything. But not to rifts. Or rift beasts. Or other tribes, even. It's all still there, as far as I know. But I lost my name, my family, my titles, over something that is what I once believed to be a terrible thing. And now I'm here learning how to do that terrible thing. I suppose what I want is to prove them wrong. To make a name for myself here that not even they can take away. Maybe go home in the process. But that's the impossible part, I suppose. Since being
Also
here...
for me. Going home. Is they gone now?
No. You know that Drozens are quite brutal. Exile, where I come from, means showing your face means death. I don't wish to fight my tribe.
Then, perhaps one day your deeds and your proof as an individual here will be so great that even your tribe cannot deny it, that they would look past and revoke your status as an exile. Now, doesn't that sound like a goal? Isn't that what you want? You want to be accepted by your tribe.
Yeah. More than anything.
Then... for you.
Sit down.
And for you, it's recognition and acceptance. A lofty goal, yet here we all are, and we all will get what we want. Now I'm going to drink this tea and have a short break to just relax myself for a moment, and I suggest we all take a moment ourselves too. Here's some great tea though.
You did a wonderful job on it.
Would you like another bottle, Val?
I have 3 more in my room. I am perfectly fine.
It's not gonna take long until we have to start making our own. Before we run out.
Are we running out?
I'm not sure. I just know that we've been drinking quite a lot.
Weed.
Sorry, I'm actually crying.
We've been partaking quite a lot, yes. Now I do have my private collection of bottles, I suppose.
Damn it.
Get them mine now.
Sometimes I take a bottle of forge and drink about half of it while working.
Damn it.
The other half spills.
You guys should talk to Bombadil about making our own.
I think he'll take you up on that.
That depends on what you
He's
want.
quite a lover of tea.
No, yes, but I was
Oh, he certainly is.
talking liquor.
He is also a lover of ale. I still remember him carrying a barrel when I first saw him.
Wine.
I could always just requisition more for my family.
I mean, true. Or we could make our own. Have an unlimited supply.
No, seriously, can you make anything besides wine?
Yes, I
getting
listed
sick
like
of
4
wine.
things.
I can't import any milk because we
cider
have no
or
cows. This is why I'm trying to get one for Mordred.
I don't want milk.
What were you saying, Till?
Nothing, I'd appreciate something other than wine as well. Not that I have a issue with the wine, I do appreciate it very much, just,
I saw we have apple trees and we have bees.
Have you ever had alcoholic milk? It tastes awful.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Alcoholic milk.
Oh my goodness.
It's an acquired
Mix
taste.
alcohol with
guess.
milk.
Yeah.
Ew, what spirit do you mix with milk?
The vodka.
The potatoes.
That one's actually not
Milk
too
and
bad, but
potatoes.
like other ones, they're pretty bad.
Have we not had ice cream in the car?
No.
Perhaps one day then. Right, I'm gonna take a walk.
Maybe.
Right.
No, It occurs to me that
Have a grand
Kingsley is
evening.
always not here for these conversations.
You as well.
Apologies, what were you? What did you say, Nora?
Oh, sorry. I said it occurred to me that Kingsley is never present for these conversations.
No, it is a shame every time.
Hmm,
Perhaps we should have one earlier.
maybe. Maybe earlier in the day when
Morning
everybody's been so
conversation sounds just like day drinking.
A morning conversation with my current state is a risky affair.
We have
I don't
to
think
do
I
it.
could hold any conversation earlier this morning.
Wait,
I'll be on the
Did-
balcony for a moment.
Of course, take your time.
Did Professor Nella say that he could scry? Or teach scrying? Was that something that I heard?
Bellacoda has done
Yeah,
so
he
before.
said he could.
I think he said he could scry.
Yeah, he said teaching scrying.
Or he said
I didn't know
only
Bellacoda
keeping
could
an
scry.
eye. I don't know.
No, there was. He was talking about what he was teaching. Right?
He's able to see
what
people
he
from
meant.
a very far distance, so...
I'd be scrying.
You'd
Might be
assume
useful
so.
for that thing. Be potentially very dangerous.
I mean, there was that one time where we were all looking for Ivian for Octavian's first training. And he was able to deduce that Ivian was nowhere within a kilometer.
Yeah, that sounds like scrying.
I wonder who's
That
over there.
sounds a lot like scrying.
Well,
That'd be something interesting.
perhaps so.
Sounds like something right up my alley.
Be careful with it.
I'm very aware.
Yes, it does have its negatives.
And someone in Palvendor trying
Usually
to
more
replicate
than
something like
anything.
that with Aether Tech.
Sounds like a bad idea.
Yes, their head exploded. Anyways.
Yes.
Lovely. Well, Cecilia has walked on off, and Sorelli is on the balcony, and quite frankly, I think not going to be in the mood to talk about how we can assist each other, as it were. Perhaps this is something to discuss tomorrow or another day. However, if you have anything else you wish to bring up regarding it, you're more than welcome to. Already I've had such insights into you I wasn't aware of.
I hate that I cried.
I mean, like 20 questions.
You're supposed to steel yourself earlier, not even
To be fair, I think I'm the only one who actually played 20 questions. Most of it is just
Also true.
for your dreams.
It's too early for them to see your tears.
How do you feel about killing?
Someone's so rough on the outside. Just
Well,
a fucking child on the inside.
Val, my experiences with you have led me to believe you're a man from a military profession. I knew you had an interest in technology as it stood.
People want to save the world.
I know about, well, yes.
I
that
want to save the
fascination.
world, but not for the same
However,
reasons.
The primary
The
thing that
reasons
stood
are
out to me
selfish.
with how you've acted is you've acted with discipline. And
I want
so
my family to
I
regret.
thought to gruel you in the way you gruled me using a hammer.
I want them to regret the very moment that they cast me aside for something that they don't quite understand.
Yeah.
I want them to understand that they lost something great.
Test.
And it may not be all that special.
I was one of the first people given combat-ready Aether Technostics.
But it is so much to want to matter.
I have an armored arm. That's when my eye actually
to mean anything at all to the people that you cared about the most.
Most people just look at the glass eye. Really weird.
I see.
Doesn't it matter?
Much of that doesn't make sense to me, but it was against your own volition. And
It has to matter to somebody.
you owed them, I suppose. Was that how it was viewed?
I don't owe my parents anything. They saved my life.
I have to be something to someone. Something good.
Fair enough.
I don't want to be a monster. I don't want to be remembered as one.
Right, if anyone from Palvendor shows up, let me know immediately, so I can hide.
You're not here.
Yes. My
Got
name
it.
is
Is that so much to ask?
Vinny. I'm from Flens.
Vinny from Flens.
Vinny from Flint.
Then I can just say, hey,
I don't
walk.
think so.
Forget about it.
Sorry, I'm trying not to be. Sorry.
That was my Flens accent.
It was a very good Flens accent.
I was going more for an east side, less of a west.
I see, I see.
You know what they say in Flens? Bayday bing, bayday boam.
Do they now? I've never been to Flint.
No idea they said that, but...
Get yourself
I don't think
together.
I've ever heard that. You might ask Cecilia. Maybe
just
she
thought of
knows.
being
Isn't she from
bummed.
Flint?
Maybe she'll see it.
Isn't Cecilia
She'll
from
understand.
Flint?
Yes.
Yes, she is.
Oh,
Though I'm sure this is how
really?
the peasants talk, according to her.
understood.
Ah, right,
understood.
that's what the difference is.
Ah, yes, the peasant.
If I ever visit Flint, I'll make sure to be aware of the complicated manner in which they speak.
You alright, Sorley?
Yeah.
Glad to hear.
Yeah, no, I don't think playing 20 questions with each other would be a bad idea. It would give us more insight on each other.
Of course. More than happy to. If everyone's okay with it, then we can go ahead and start.
Make a little more fair since
Well,
he was the only one questioned.
I will be back then.
Go ahead.
Start. Oh?
Yep. I swear if he comes back with a hammer.
God damn it.
I think he's looking to get drunk.
Ah.
Don't be ridiculous. 2 bottles is not enough to get me drunk anymore.
Maybe you should get yourself a third then.
I have 4
So
in my
maybe
room,
it's-
Tal. We just went over this.
I thought it was 3.
I have 3 others. This is bottle 2, and I have 2 more. Later I'm going to celebrate and shoot them all at the range.
Celebrate?
A personal
What are you
victory of
celebrating?
mine. Oh, you're gonna make me answer that as my first question, aren't you?
No, I was going to actually let you ask the first question since you were the one who got questioned first. Technically.
I wonder what
Oh,
time
Nora,
it is.
you were born in A6, correct?
I can't check.
No, I'm from Vera.
Right. It was
Swainpole.
the man who looked after you, who was from A6, correct?
He's spent a lot of time in Aces, but he himself is as well from Bavaria.
I see. That ruins my question. I don't have anything.
With two others at the table.
Tale's pretty easy to read. Don't really have any questions for Sora there, because she'd said most of her stuff.
Don't know whether to be offended or accosted or
When you sleep in the same room as someone, you learn a lot more than you should.
No.
What are you?
Maybe I should be glad Mrs. Healer doesn't sleep in her room then.
I get to see your personal belongings every day. Personal belongings say a lot about a person. Just saying.
I suppose you're right.
Why do you think I keep all of my stuff hidden? I also don't have that much.
I see.
No.
Ask away.
Oh.
Yes.
Where and how did you learn your spell?
My spell. That is an interesting one. My spell manifested itself through a moment of panic, as it were. I once found myself under attack by some very, very angry men, let's just say. And as I ran and hid behind some dunes, I happened to, well, close my eyes and fear my new life that I had just begun, after all I remembered nothing, was about to end. And as that fear seemed to manifest, every bit of it, irking away at me, the men ran straight past and looked over me. And then, well, since then, it's been a rather long process, but whenever I've found myself in a dangerous situation, or I've had my life at risk, or really been too scared, I found it seems to sometimes happen against my will. It was just finding what made that tick, as if remembering more than anything. And then I can do it at will. But it always seems to work faster, and, most importantly, more potently, whenever I do feel a sense of dread, fear, or, in more recent cases, embarrassment.
I suppose
It's not a traditional story of how one would learn a spell, because I'm not quite sure where it came from.
I mean, it's definitely very interesting.
Hmm.
The more unusual something is, especially magic, the more interesting it is, I find.
Very true. It's something I wanted to discuss with Professor Lupe, actually. I've been attempting to hone my illusion skills as they were, but I had a nasty accident with some tea where an extra tea leaf I tried to create turned into a chunk of flesh.
Oh.
just happened to resemble that of Jack's. So yes.
Ah, that's not. Yeah. I can see why that would be an issue. Who would want to speak
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yes, she seemed to say I have a strong imagination, which perhaps may key into it all. Who knows? Anyways, enough about that. New question. What's the rules with this? Do I have to think of one to ask someone now, or can anyone ask at any time?
Yes, we're gonna go in a circle.
We're circling. Alright, so
I am
that
but a mere
means...
witness. Exclude me from your circle. I'm
Can we still ask you questions?
You'd be wasting a turn. I think I'm heading to bed.
Dang.
Next time, though.
Very well.
A shame.
Um,
Alright.
Have a good night.
Have a great night.
Good night, sir.
Yourself too. Have a pleasant sleep.
You too, if you can manage.
I'll try.
Let's hope you can manage after you drink that potion.
I think I have some exercise to do before I head to bed.
Before I head to bed.
Night night, sorbet. Night night. Night night, sorbet.